it's someone's birthday, join with me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, President Trump. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, everybody. Wow, this is a nice crowd. Got a lot of people outside, but I think we're going to have to keep it that way. Thank you. Well, I just want to wish a very big hello to Club 47, which used to be Club 45. Now it's 47. It did very well as 45. It's going to do even better as 47. There's nowhere else I'd rather be on my birthday. It's Flag Day, my birthday, than right here with thousands of proud American patriots from the great state of Florida. Let me begin by saying to everyone all across South Florida who were affected by the recent flooding, our prayers are with you. That was rain like few people have seen. Floridians are tough, and we will pull through it and pull through it quickly. And I just want to wish you all the best. We love you. God be with you. They had some tough times last few days. Thank you. I also want to thank Larry Snowden. And I'll tell you what, you just saw him. He's a great speaker. He's not a singer, but he's a good speaker. Not a great singer. He's not Pavarotti. Do we agree? But he's a good man. Sue Snowden and Linda Stock for their outstanding work. Incredible people. Along with Senator Marco Rubio, thank you very much, Mr. Senator. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marco. Great job. And we have some members of Congress here. They're warriors. Corey Mills. Corey, thank you, Corey. These are great people. Mike Waltz. Thank you, Mike. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, he was my doctor in the White House. He said I was the most healthy person he's ever seen. Thank you very much, Dr. Ronnie. He was a great doctor, a great admiral. Now he's a great congressman. Nancy Mace. Nancy, thank you. She won a big race. She just won a big race by a lot. Brian Mast, a very good friend of mine. Phenomenal guy. More courage than all of us. And Gus Bilirakis. Gus, thank you very much. They've been so fantastic. That whole Florida delegation. State representatives also here. Webster, Barnaby, Webster, thank you for the big prayer. Webster gave a beautiful prayer. And Rick Roth. And we have Ambassador David Friedman here, everyone. He loves Israel. David, thank you, David. And former ICE acting director, and he's not acting in my book, he's just the director, he's the boss. There's nobody that knows more about the border than Tom Homan. Tom Homan. Where's Tom? What a great guy he is. He'll have the border. It'll take him about 2 minutes to fix it. It's the worst border in history. Florida CFO Jimmy Petronas. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy. In Florida, GOP Chair Evan Power. Evan, good job you're doing, Evan. We appreciate it. Countless members of the Palm Beach Trump campaign, they're all here. We have a woman that nobody's ever heard of, but she works very hard, Kellyanne Conway. Nobody's heard of Kellyanne. Thank you, Kellyanne. Thank you, honey, for everything. And we have World War II veteran and former B-17 ball turret gunner. You know what that is? That was dangerous stuff. Charles Phillips, who I just met. He's incredible. He's 101. He looks better than me. And he looks a hell of a lot better than Biden, I can tell you that. And he's got more guts. And my sister, Elizabeth. Where is Elizabeth? Right there, my beautiful sister. She's a great sister, too. Great one. Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much. And all of you, thank you very much. With the help of everyone here tonight, we're going to win this state in November. We're going to evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House. We're going to put America first, and we are going to, quite simply, make America great again. Less than 4 years ago, our border was secure. Inflation was nowhere to be seen. We had it down to a science. The world was at peace. And instead of weakness and failure, America was stronger and more respected than ever before. It was never so respected as it was for 4 years, just 4 years ago. Now, under crooked Joe Biden, the world is in flames. We have a country that's being laughed at all over the world. Our border is overrun. Inflation is raging. Europe is in chaos. The Middle East is exploding. Iran is totally emboldened. They were broke when I was president. China is on the march. And the worst, most incompetent, most corrupt president in history is dragging us toward World War III. Under crooked Joe Biden, illegal aliens are better off, terrorists are better off, China is better off, Russia is better off, the cartels are better off, but the American people were far better off when you had a president named Donald J. Trump. Has anyone heard of him? Has anyone heard of him? Under my leadership, we had no wars. Instead of a globalist warmonger in the White House, you had a peacemaker at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We had energy independence and soon would have been energy dominant. We were dominant all over the world within a matter of months. We were going to be energy dominant, but we went to #1 in the world under Trump. I gave you record tax cuts, record inflation was knocked out. We had inflation like you've never had it, and now we have more inflation than probably, they like to say 52, and then 62, and then 75 years. I think it's the highest inflation we've ever had as a country. It's a country buster. But we have regulation that nobody has ever cut regulations to the extent that I did. We had rising wages, and we lifted up all Americans, black, brown, white, and everything else. They were all lifted up. Everybody had jobs. Everybody was doing well. Women, men, everybody was doing well. If you had a diploma, if you didn't have a diploma, if you graduated #1 at MIT, if you didn't graduate at all, every single group was doing better than ever before. We stood up to China like nothing, like nobody has ever done. Everybody was being taken advantage of by China, to put it mildly, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars when no other president had literally gotten 10 cents from China. We brought in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. We created Space Force. We rebuilt our military. We had it totally rebuilt. We obliterated but we did something that everybody said you couldn't do it or it would take years. We quickly obliterated the ISIS caliphate, and we kept radical Islamic terrorists and jihadists the hell out of our country. We kept them out. They weren't here. I never used to like to talk about it. I didn't want to say while I was president, but I kept going and going. We never had an attack when I was president. We never had an attack because we kept them out. We had the strongest border in the history of our country. Now we have the weakest border in the history of the world. Very simple. It's not good. What's happening in our country is not good. The fact is our country is going to hell, and we're going to stop it. We're going to stop it fast. But now, instead of keeping out terrorists, Joe Biden has allowed thousands and thousands of terrorists to pour in. For years, I've been warning that Crooked Joe is letting the world's sickest, most vile criminals infiltrate our southern border, and now everybody agrees that I was right. They're coming out of prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They're coming from countries all over the world, not just South America, but Venezuela The violent crime is down 72% because they've taken their criminals out of Caracas and all of the different places and they've moved them into the United States of America. Thank you very much, Venezuela. We appreciate it. Think of it. They're emptying out their countries all over the world of prisoners, of criminals, of drug dealers, and they're dropping them into our country. And we have a president who has no clue what the hell is going on. Just look at him yesterday. Look at him the day before. In Europe, he doesn't know where the hell he is. Our country has never been in danger like it's in danger right now. Just this week, ICE has arrested not one, not two, but 8 suspected terrorists at the highest level of terrorism. We had a year, one of our years, I don't even believe it, it's too good to be true, but we had a year where they actually have down 0 terrorists came in. If you look at 2019, that was a Trump year, 0 terrorists came in, 0. I don't know if I even believe that, but it was certainly a nice report that was given out by the fake news, but maybe it wasn't fake. But I will tell you, that was the best stat that anybody had heard to that point. Now hundreds and hundreds and even thousands of terrorists are pouring into our country. We're going to be paying a big price. We've got to do this. This is the most important election that our country has ever had because we're a failing nation, and we're not going to be a failing nation for long. We can't allow it to happen. According to reports, many of the terrorist savages entering through Joe Biden's open border. Can you ever imagine an open border where people are pouring in by the hundreds of thousands and by the millions? An open border. Crooked Joe Biden released these terrorists and all of these people into the United States, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. We have no idea who they are, where they come from. They're pouring into our country like never before. It's crazy. So he set them loose to spread their terror network all across America, and he probably doesn't even know it because he doesn't know where the hell he is. You know that, and I know that. I looked at the fake news today, and they were saying what a wonderful job he's doing in Europe. The guy is lost. Every time he does something, all he has to do is complete it, sort of. And the fake news, CNN, MSDNC, CBS, ABC, NBC, they go out, no, they're fake. There they are. Look at how many. That's a lot. That's a lot of fake news back there. Wow. It's a lot. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're hurting our country badly. They're hurting our country badly. Biden gets up, makes the worst State of the Union speech anyone's ever seen, and every one of them said, wasn't he wonderful tonight? Wasn't he wonderful? So in addition to all of his other well-documented offenses, Crooked Joe Biden is now also guilty of providing material support for terrorism. Under Biden, there's been a 3,000% increase in the number of people on the terror watch list crossing into our country from the southern border. 3,000%. And that comes from the Border Patrol. Our country is going to pay a steep price for many, many years. This is a terrible thing that's happened. Now, here's the story. We have time tonight, right? This is only if you want it. Only if you want it. But by any chance, has anybody ever heard of the snake? The snake. Do we want to hear it tonight? Does anyone not want to hear it? That's the end. I have to do it, right? So this is really a metaphor. It's a song that was written long ago, not having to do with illegal immigration, but it plays very well for illegal immigration, and I've done it, and people like it a lot. And we'll do it. It takes just a minute, but it's very salient. It's something that is very salient and very accurate, unfortunately. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. "Poor thing," she cried, "I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you." "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night. As soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. "You're so beautiful," she cried. "But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died." She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, "Thank you, ma'am," the snake gave her a vicious bite. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. "I saved you," cried the woman, "and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die." "Shut up, silly woman," said the reptile with a grin. "You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in." Right? That's where we are. That's what we're doing. We're taking people in. And those people are not the right people. We're taking people in, and we're going to have a lot of problems for a long time. And it's a shame. It's a shame. It's so sad to watch. Our country is being destroyed by incompetent people, by grossly incompetent leadership. Probably the dumbest leadership in the world. In fact, I think we should have, and I've called it, all presidents should have aptitude tests, IQ tests, or cognitive tests. Dr. Ronnie Jackson gave me one. He gave me one at the hospital. That's a great hospital, too. He said, "Well, sir, the problem is if you don't do well on it, it's going to get public." Because it's a public hospital, essentially, right, Ronnie? I said, "Well, is it hard?" He said, "Yeah, it's hard. The last 3 quarters are pretty hard, right? The first question's easy." I said, "Well, let's do it, Ronnie. Let's do it." Did I ace it? I aced it. He said I aced it. Doc Ronnie from Texas. On day one of our new administration, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home where they belong. We have to get them out. We have to get them out. Biden has given us no choice. The largest invasion in the history of our country requires the largest deportation in the history of our country. The largest up until now was Dwight D. Eisenhower, General Eisenhower, President Eisenhower. He did not like what was happening at the time. But you know what? That was a peanut compared to what's happening now. That was a peanut, a mere peanut. As we secure our border, I will also take immediate action to save our economy. As of this week, Crooked Joe has inflicted the longest period of continuous inflation in many, many decades, many, many years, at least 38 straight months where it's over a number that's unthinkable. Unthinkable. These are unthinkable numbers. 5, 6, 7, 8, and even 9%. And then he tried to blame me last week, and even the fake news stuck up for me. He said, when I inherited the country, inflation was at 9%. That was just another one of the Biden lies. Inflation was at 1.4%. And thank you very much, fake news, for sticking up. They lie so much. That Biden group, they just lie. That's all they're good at. It's called misinformation/disinformation. Almost the same, but not exactly. But we won't get into it. Biden inflation, price hikes, and energy destruction have cost the average American family an astonishing $28,000. The monthly cost of a typical mortgage has doubled under Crooked Joe Biden. The 30-year mortgage rate is pushing toward 10%, and you can't get the money anyway. You know, with us, it was 2.5%, right? and there was plenty of money for everybody. On day one of my new administration, we will throw out Bidenomics and replace it very quickly with Maganomics. We like Maganomics. We will quickly rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world, and America will prosper like never before. We will bring our country back. We will bring it back quickly. It's going to be quickly. Weak and failed Joe Biden has no plan to stop inflation. He has no idea what the hell is happening. He doesn't know where he'll be in an hour. Where are you going to be later on this evening? I have no idea. His only ideas are spending more money, letting in millions more illegal aliens for whatever reason. You know the reason. Look, either they're stupid, and they can't be stupid when they cheat the way they cheat. Nobody ever cheated like they cheated. So either they're stupid or they hate our country. But there's a third reason. They want these people to vote. The only problem they have is if you're talking about Hispanic Americans, because a lot of Hispanic Americans, they're voting for Trump now. They're not voting for him. They like Trump better. They don't like incompetent people. By contrast, I have a plan to end the Biden inflation nightmare, and it will end very quickly. First, I will stop Joe Biden's inflation-causing spending spree and impose an immediate moratorium on Crooked Joe's hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars in waste. He is wasting hundreds of billions of dollars. Even Europe. Did you see? He flies back and forth and back and forth. He spends a day and then comes back. He falls asleep at every single event. The one beauty was here's a parachute landing. Everybody's watching, and he's turned around in the other direction. The new leader of Italy did a great job. She said, "Turn around, you fool." No, they don't respect our country anymore. But then his wife flew back and forth like it was a taxi cab. It's Air Force One and or Air Force Two. I mean, just back and forth, back and forth. Let's go sit at a trial for a day, go back, forth. It's really terrible. But that's endemic of the big picture. That's very endemic of the big picture. Crooked Joe spent $8 billion to build 7 charging stations for an electric vehicle. Did you know that? Spent $8 billion to build 7 charging stations. Can you believe it? He spent more than $1 billion apiece. Now they build about 1 million more stations. This is the craziest, this whole electric mandate. If somebody wants an electric car, I think that's great. But if you want a car that can go long distances, that's less expensive, that's made in our country, because electric cars are made in China, they're very expensive, and they don't go far. And I'm all for them, but if somebody wants one, we want it. But we want to, if they want gasoline or if they want a hybrid, you have to be able to get them. We will end his crazy electric mandate on day one. It'll be ended on day one. I will not approve 1 penny for the Green New Scam. It's called the Green New Scam. Second, I will end Joe Biden's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. And I've set the goal that by the end of my term, America will have the #1 lowest cost of energy and electricity all over. You know, if you go to New England, it's the most expensive energy practically on the planet. And we're going to get energy prices reduced within the first year to less than half of what they are right now. And that's going to bring down inflation. Third is to fight Joe Biden's inflation. We will stop the Biden migrant invasion, which is causing us tremendous problem. An estimated 50% of inflation has been caused by the soaring cost of housing, which is skyrocketing due to illegal immigration and high interest rates. You got to see, the migrants that come in illegally, in many cases they're criminals, I said, from jails and from mental institutions. They're getting treated better than our military, than our veterans. Our veterans are lying on the streets, and we're taking care of people, putting them in luxury hotel rooms. And our military is lying on the street, It's all going to end. Crooked Joe let in 16 million people so far with no place to put them. This is not sustainable by any country. Biden's illegal aliens are driving up rent, food costs, health care costs, taxes, and more. How about Gavin Newsom? Gavin Newsom is the failed governor of California. And he was saying, come to California. We'll take care of your health care. We'll take care of your hospitalization. We'll take care of everything. And you know what happened? Everyone believed him, and they're all pouring into our country at levels never seen before. They're worse now. Then he comes up. You know, he's getting killed in the polls. You know, there's a guy named Trump that's killing this guy in the polls. So they came up with a phony border plan. The congressman know very well. Totally phony plan. And he never used it. He never used it. It was no good anyway. It allowed millions of people to come in. It was the worst, stupidest plan I've ever seen. But he decided not to use it because more people came in after he did the plan than we've ever seen before. Thousands of people a day started pouring into our country. This was last week. This was last week. It's a disgrace what's happening to our country. They're laughing at us all over the world. President Xi of China, you take a look. Kim Jong-un of North Korea, take a look at what they're saying about us. They can't believe it's happening. In fact, if it weren't for the stupidity, the dumbest move, the worst, I think the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, Afghanistan. The way we got out, not the fact that we were getting out with dignity and strength and power. We were keeping Bagram, the Air Force base, because it's only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. You know who occupies Bagram right now? China! They occupy one of the biggest air bases in the world with the biggest runways, most powerful, strongest runways, deepest concrete. That was when we knew how to build. We built with big dollars, and we built it, and we gave it up, just left. 1 hour away from where China, now China is occupying it. It's a disgrace. They laugh. They think we are so stupid. They think he is the dumbest human being. They can't even believe. President Xi says this is some kind of a trick. When Biden walks in and he has no idea where the hell he is, where are we? Where are we? He can't find his way off the stage. See the stage? We got stairs all over the place. He can never find his way. I don't want to imitate, because anytime I imitate, they say it was Trump. I called up our great First Lady. I say, I made this great speech. 58,000 people. I made this speech, and then I imitated him trying to find his way off the platform. I go, you know the way he always goes like, huh. And then he looks around, where the hell is he going? He's pointing to a stair. Then he look, but you know what? These Secret Service guys are stars. They always run up and grab him. They run up. They see he's in big trouble. But I imitated him not long ago, and I did the full imitation. Then I ended up walking into a wall. And I said, baby, how good was that? How great was I tonight? We had some crowd. That was a massive crowd. How good was I? You were really good. You know, usually she'll say, I didn't like your hair. She'll say, I say, how good was I? You didn't look great. Your hair was terrible. Oh. I said, who else can get crowds like I get? Nobody. 68,000 people in Alabama. 107,000 people in New Jersey 2 weeks ago. 107. 25,000 people in the South Bronx. And it was a love fest. It was a love fest. Now we get the biggest crowds in the history of politics. I hate to say it. And by the way, if it weren't true, they would be saying, it would be headlines. But I said, who else can get these numbers? He told me, how good was it? And she'd say, you know, your suit was bad. Have you gained weight? I'm saying, here I am up there. But, you know, one day she said, it was phenomenal. But what happened? You couldn't find your way off the stage. And I said, they said that, so I can't kid anymore because they know we kid, and we can't be sarcastic anymore because they take it, Byron, they take it as the truth. Isn't that terrible? My great warriors over here, they know we're kidding. We can't kid anymore because these people are so dishonest. I said, no, I was just imitating crooked Joe Biden. She said, oh, I see. Well, they didn't say that. They just showed you running into walls. And fourth, I will cancel every unnecessary and costly Biden regulation that is driving up prices. The Biden regulations have added $10,000 a year in regulatory costs per household. By contrast, under my administration, we saved $10,000 per household. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. More tax cuts than any president in history, including Ronald Reagan with his big tax cuts. More regulation cuts than any president in history. And we rebuilt our military and we added Space Force. What we did is incredible. Now, the rebuilt military, unfortunately, this fool left Afghanistan with $85 billion of brand new planes and tanks and even goggles, night goggles. 77,000 vehicles. Think of it. Who needs 77? If you took the largest used car lot in Florida, I'll bet they don't have more than 500 cars, maybe 700, maybe 1,000. 77 trucks and vehicles, many of them armor-plated, were left in Afghanistan. And I tried to explain to people, we were getting out with dignity and strength, but the first thing you do is you take your military out last. They took the military out first. And once the military were gone, the Taliban had a field day. We lost 13 soldiers, and nobody mentions the 38 soldiers that were horrifically wounded with their arms blown off, their legs blown off, their face so badly damaged. They're warriors. They're warriors. But nobody mentions them. I mention them all the time. I mention them all the time. And we left many people there. Americans are there right now. And we should have never left that big, beautiful air base. We should have never left it. There has never been a more embarrassing moment, in my opinion, in the history of our country. And because of that, Putin attacked Ukraine. I mean, that's what happened. He looked at these incompetent people. He said, is this what I have to deal with? If I were there, he would have never, ever even thought about attacking Ukraine, and he didn't. And fifth, while Biden wants to drive up prices even further with the largest tax hike in history, all my life I've been watching politics, and I've always sort of enjoyed politics, I guess. Otherwise, I wouldn't be up here right now. But I've been watching it, and I've always seen politicians want to do tax cuts. This is the only group. They want to increase your taxes by 4 times higher than you're paying right now. They don't want the Trump tax cuts to be permanent. They want to end the tax cuts. We gave you the largest tax cut in history. They want to terminate that at the end of another 6-7 months. And can you imagine that? And I want to make them permanent, and then I'm going to reduce taxes by still more. Do you know that after we gave the tax cuts, our country took in with half the tax. Our country took in because of incentives and because we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. Do you know we took in more tax revenue with far less tax? We taxed at far less, but we took in much more revenue. Think of that. So we cut taxes down from 49 for business, 49, much more than that when you add in state and local, down to 21%. And yet we took in more revenue at a much lower rate. Who would think that's even possible? But that's the way it works. I want to get it down still further, and especially for the middle-income people. We're going to get it down still further. That's why we had such great job production. Best job production in history. And as part of those tax cuts, I've announced that I will eliminate taxes on tips for restaurant workers, hospitality workers, and anyone else that gets tips. No more taxes on tips. You know how I did that? It wasn't really a lot of study, a lot of work. I've been hearing about it for years, how unfair it is. And Biden just passed a set of regulations that make it impossible for waitresses and people that get tips, any people getting tips. He passed something that makes it impossible. But I've been hearing, and last week I was in Las Vegas at a beautiful building that I built and is great, the Trump Hotel. And I'm having, oh, you like it? I like it too. And I was having dinner with a group of people on the campaign, and the waitress came over. She was very nice, and I said, if you could have any wish, what would it be? She said, that we get rid of the taxes on tips, sir. They're so vicious. You know, they hired 88,000 IRS agents to go after people. And she said, it's so vicious what they do, and the new regulations passed by Biden are so vicious. And I said, wait a minute, I have an idea. We shouldn't have people pay tax on tips. Will I have your votes on that in the front row? Would that be good? We got 6 votes. We don't even need the votes. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it quick. No tax on tips, okay? It's done. Done. And we need to spread the word so that every time you leave a tip for the next 5 months, you put on the receipt, vote for Trump because there's no tax on tips. You see that? That was done. See the screen? That was done by somebody. They voted. This is a person paying. And they said, vote for Trump. There'll be no tax on tips. That's a person that was a tipster as opposed to a tippee. But it's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones that can stop them. And it was just announced that they withdrew the lawsuit against Rudy Giuliani. Did you see that? Accusing him of everything under the sun regarding the laptop from hell. They just withdrew the lawsuit on the basis that Rudy Giuliani turned out to be right. He was right. He suffered and he was right. They said the laptop from hell did not come from Russia. It was not Russian disinformation, like the 51 intel agents said. It was a made-up story for election interference, and I assume that we're going to be talking about that subject at the debate. Is anybody going to be watching the debate? You know, they made an offer to me that I couldn't accept. They said, let's offer him Jake Tapper, CNN. We'll go Jake Tapper, CNN, fake Tapper, CNN. Let's have no audience. Let's have both parties sitting down. And let's have just a sealed room with just the 2 of them, plus, I guess, a couple of hosts. So that was an offer that nobody would accept. I said, I'll do it, because they assumed I wouldn't. And then when I didn't do it, they could say, well, we offered it to Trump and he rejected, but I accepted it. And I think Jake will be fair. Does everyone think he's going to be fair? Ronnie, no? You don't think so? He may. Let's see. Look, he's got his reputation at stake. Got his reputation. And CNN has their reputation. You know, they're doing very badly in the polls. They're going to get big numbers here. But it's being actually sent out to all the networks, to every network. So it should be a big evening. They say Super Bowl numbers. So everyone's going to watch. You'll have to be screaming at your television set all night, I suspect. I don't know if it's going to be very exciting when you think that there's not going to be an audience. There's not going to be, not your family, not anybody, just the 2 of us. So exciting. But I said, I'll do it. I'll do it. One thing I said, we should stand. You know, he wanted to sit. And I said, let's stand. I think it'll be a little bit nice. But all of their persecution is only happening because I am running for president and leading big in all of the polls. And since the rig trial in New York, my numbers have increased very substantially, and fundraising is at an all-time high in the history of politics. Crazy. As of today, we're leading Biden nationally and in every single battleground state. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. You know, all my life I had no problem. Now within a period of a few months I get indicted more than Al Capone. Al Capone, Scarface. My parents are looking down at me saying, how did this happen to you? By the way, you know that if I wasn't running or if I was in fourth place or something, none of this would be happening. But we're onto them. Everybody in Congress is onto them. They're a bad group, and it's all election interference. I'm being indicted for you. Remember that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. In the end, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I always will. I always will. It's a big crowd of people. Thank you. This is the biggest birthday party I've ever had by far. By far. Look at this party. And they got twice as many standing outside. They can't get in. You explain it. From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country, and we need them. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. And I will do something that nobody else will be able to do. I will prevent World War III, and we are very close to being in World War III. If I was president, the Afghanistan disaster would never have happened. Ukraine would never have happened, would never have been invaded by Russia. I had an understanding with Putin. There's no way it would have happened. And the October 7th attack on Israel would never, ever, ever have happened. It wouldn't have happened. Iran was broke. Iran was broke under the Trump administration. Now we have Russian warships and nuclear submarines surrounding Cuba 60 miles off the coast of Florida. How does that make you feel? Do you feel good about that? And that's only because Biden's weakness is putting us in grave danger. Putin has no respect for him. No foreign leader has respect for him. The only thing they're good at is cheating and misinformation. That's all they're good at. As president, I will restore peace through strength. We had no wars. Remember, we had no wars during Trump. Remember, Hillary was saying, he's going to cause us wars, his personality. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars. In my next term, we will build a great iron dome over our country. We deserve a dome. We deserve it. All made, state-of-the-art. It's a missile defense shield. And it'll all be made in America. Jobs, jobs, jobs. Why don't we have it? You know, Ronald Reagan wanted to do that many years ago, but at that time we didn't have the technology, in all fairness. It didn't work. People said Star Wars, Star Wars. He was right, but he was too early because we didn't have the technology. Now we have unbelievable technology. It's all going to be made in the United States. We're going to have a big, beautiful iron dome over our country. To further secure America's future and create opportunity for young people, I will end Joe Biden's war on crypto, and we will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America. We're going to keep it right here, and a lot of it's going to be done right here in Florida, right? And I will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors. Remember this. By allowing millions of people to pour into our country, he is putting Medicare and Social Security at very serious risk. We're going to take care of it. We're going to take care of it. That's a bad problem. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. Right now, they're crime-ridden, horrible places. You can't walk down the street, all run by Democrats, by the way. We will take over our horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C. It's a crime-ridden place. We will clean it up. We will renovate it. We are going to rebuild our capital city so that it no longer is a nightmare of murder and crime. There will be no murder. There will be no crime. We will have powerful law enforcement for the criminals. But rather, it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world, which it should be. It's so sad. People go down to Washington, D.C. They want to go from Iowa. They want to go from all the different places in our country, and they end up getting murdered. They end up watching murder. They end up getting into fights. It's a hellhole. It's so badly run. We're going to take over the management and the running of Washington, D.C. We're going to clean it. We're going to make it safe. We're going to rebuild parts of it. It'll be the most beautiful capital and the safest capital anywhere in the world. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the minds and bodies of our children. And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports. Day one. How ridiculous is that? How ridiculous. Men in women's sports. What a ridiculous thing. Have you seen the records that are being broken? Records that have stood for 18 years are being rather smashed. I want to be nice. They're being smashed. It's so disrespectful to women. Who could want it? Think of it, that. Open borders. Who wants open borders where the world pours into our country? They take over our medical. They take over our educational facilities. They kill people. They murder people. We have terrorists. And you haven't seen the effect yet because they're just getting settled in. You know, it's like they're just getting settled in. Wait till you see how bad. These are the toughest people on earth. These are people coming out of the toughest prison. The Congo just released 22 people. The Congo. From prison. Where did you live in the Congo? In prison. What did you do? We don't want to say. So they come from Africa. They come from Asia. They come from South America. They come from the Middle East. What's happening to our country is unbelievable. They're poisoning our country. They're destroying our country. And we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let it happen. And I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. So important. I will tell you, it's under siege. It's under siege, but we will uphold it. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and a thing called voter ID. Voter ID. One-day voting, paper ballots, voter ID, and by the way, we added a new proof of citizenship. It would be nice if you could prove yours. The Democrats don't want that. You know, they fight like hell. We don't want voter ID. Why don't you want it? You know, the Democrat convention last time, you had to get in, you had to have a sign, like it was a billboard that they hung on, bigger than your chest if you had a rather small chest, but bigger than your chest. It had your name, it had everything about you, it had your picture all over the place from different angles. But for voting, they don't want anything, they want nothing, because they're crooked, they want to cheat. But we're not going to let it happen, but we got to win this next election to get that change. And until then, all we have to do is win. Win, baby, win. But we want a landslide, because the way you really stop the cheating, you just make it too big to rig. You win by margins too big to win. I mean, we're winning now in states that nobody ever thought was possible for a Republican to win. I did, because I know what they do. But we're winning in, today, Minnesota. Think of it. But we're winning in Virginia. We're leading Virginia. Glenn Youngkin, we just met and he's going to lead the effort to take that state. We think we can win Virginia. We're winning states that, in theory, weren't even talked about. And by the way, we're winning big in Florida, bigger than anybody's ever won before. We set every record. You know, we set every single record in Florida. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as crooked Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. He's the worst president. You know, until they did all of these horrible things with indictments, you know, that doesn't happen in this country. That happens in third world countries, in banana republics. I always treated the presidency with respect. And Biden, I wouldn't hit him that hard. I'd hit him hard. He's an incompetent president, let's face it. Jimmy Carter is the only one happy with Biden, because compared to Biden, Jimmy Carter's administration was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He's the only one happy. But until this happened, with the lawfare, they call it, lawfare, warfare, weaponization, call it whatever, where they go after your political opponent, then I hit him hard. He's the most incompetent, the dumbest, he's just a horrible, horrible president. And I wouldn't talk that way. There's never been a president so bad. And it's true. I used to go the 5 worst, and then I said, you know, if you add up the 5, it's not even close. So I went to 7, 8, 9, 10. But literally, you could take the 10 worst presidents, add them up, and he's worse. He's worse. So if you want America and if you want to save America, I'm asking everybody to go and swampthevoteusa.com, swampthevoteusa.com, to make a plan to vote either by mail or early in person or on election day. Just vote. You know, for some reason, evangelicals aren't big on voting. We have to get, they're all for us. But for some, I think it's a form of, I don't know, they just don't vote. We got to get the evangelicals to vote. They love Trump. They love you. They're great. But it's just something they don't vote. You know who else doesn't vote? The NRA gave us a full endorsement, the best endorsement you ever saw. But gun owners don't vote. You know, it's very surprising. We got to get people, gun owners, to vote. You're not going to have your gun very long if you don't. Because they want to take everything away. They want to take your guns away. They want to take your ammunition away. They want to destroy the Second Amendment. But we have to get the gun owners to vote. We have to get Christians, evangelicals to vote. We have to get out and vote. Just this one time. You give us this one time, we're going to straighten out our country. It's the most important election we'll ever have. And if you want to volunteer to help us turn out the votes in your neighborhood, sign up to get trained at TrumpForce47.com. TrumpForce47.com. We have to do a job here. We have to do a big, beautiful job. And just remember that date. Remember the date. And it comes earlier, you know, in Pennsylvania, it's September 22nd. In North Carolina, where we've taken the head of the Republican Party. We won that state so strong, so powerfully. He had 602 lawyers working for him so that they couldn't steal the vote. He was great. So Michael's here someplace, but he was the head of the North Carolina Republican Party, and what a job he did. And he's very focused on that. I actually tell our people, we don't need your vote. We got so many votes, we don't need them. We just don't want to see votes stolen. We don't want to say, you know, steal the vote. We're not letting it happen. We're not going to let it happen. It's not happening again. Our country can't take it, and we're not going to let it happen again. So you take a look in conclusion, and it's just a beautiful night. I hate to conclude. We should go on much longer. I hate to conclude. Congressman, I don't think we should conclude. Let's go on for a couple of hours more. We won't lose anybody. We won't lose anybody. But in conclusion, from Jacksonville to Miami, from Tampa to Tallahassee, from Pensacola right here in beautiful Palm Beach, we inherit the legacy of generations of American patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and to defend our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up those great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, and from right here in this beautiful state launched our brave American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the face of the moon. And it's happening again. What I've done for your Air Force and what I've done for Space Force, and so much of it comes right here, right from Florida. Together they made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, but now we are a nation in serious decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and strength. We are a nation that has lost its way, but we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. With the right leadership, every disaster Joe Biden has created can be fixed, and we can fix it rapidly. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified. By this time next year, America's borders will be shut, sealed, and secure. We will let people into our country, but we will let them in through a legal process. Inflation will almost immediately be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. Optimism and pride in our country will be surging. The American dream, which nobody talks about anymore, will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, will be a fading memory of the past, and our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the one shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th president of the United States. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of America. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Florida. Thank you very much. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you.
About 30% of the black vote has left the Democratic Party over the last year. It started with our George Floyd interview, and then black people started paying attention, and now it's leaving. And Joe Biden's in a panic. The Democrats are in a panic. This is catastrophic for them. No Republican has gotten over 20% of the black vote. Nobody's gotten over 15%. If Trump gets 20% of the black vote, the Democratic Party is done forever.
Do you think he has a chance?
Oh, I think he's got a chance to get more. My next podcast coming out this Tuesday is going to be Donald Trump, the true first black president. Because the Democrats have finally done to Donald Trump what they've been doing to black men for 200 years. What they did to Donald Trump in New York is the Rodney King tape of the Democratic Party coming after white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Most coups start at the top. They don't start at the bottom. We very seldom see a Mao Zedong coup where they fight for 20 years. And,
right.
Usually they go and shoot them in the head. They shoot them and then take over like they're doing in Africa right now, right? Yeah. They go to the top and just kill him and they're in charge. That's what they try to do to Trump. Trump is not just the leader of the Republican Party. Trump is the leader of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants who these people despise and hate. They have an enemy that they're trying to kill. And it is the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. It's not that they dislike him. The evangelicals, they despise them. If you put that group and you talk about what they agree with and about what the Democrats and the liberals agree with, polar opposites. Direct polar opposites. And they know that Trump is the leader of that crew, that crowd. That crowd is his basis. That crowd is where he gets all of his power. And they know that if they take out Trump, who's going to take his place? Who can walk up right now if Donald Trump is destroyed in the Republican Party and says, and have that crowd come behind him like they've come behind Trump? I don't think the person exists. And they know that. And so this was how the Democratic Party does a coup. They don't use bullets. They use the justice system. I mean, look at who they locked. They locked up Manafort. They locked up, they're trying to get Bannon now. They locked up his the trade guy with China. I forget his name.
Peter Navarro.
Yeah, Peter Navarro. They got Navarro locked up now. Now they got Trump. I mean, the people don't see what this is. When's the last time you saw somebody go to jail for contempt of Congress? How come Eric Holder's not in jail?
Hunter Biden.
Yeah. Bannon's going to jail.
I know.
Navarro's in jail. Trump's the first person in the history of the country they ever tried for what he tried him for. Oh, yeah, they coming. And what they're doing is shooting across the bow to see how we respond to it. Because if we don't respond to it, they're going to keep doing it. And right now, the people are responding in a way that they didn't expect. They see it. What's the old poem? They came for the labor unionists.
I said nothing. Yeah,
I said nothing, and they came for the soldiers. I said something, and they came for the Jews, and I said nothing, and they came for me. There's no one to speak for me, and that's why you and I speaking out and telling people whether you like Trump or not is irrelevant at this time. They're coming, and they're not going to stop because evil people and crazy people don't know how to stop. They don't stop until everybody's dead. If history tells us nothing, it tells us that. Adolf Hitler went until Germany was destroyed. Mussolini did the same. The crazy jokers in Japan did the same. They kept going until the nation was destroyed. These people have taken abortion from Roe v. Wade all the way to 9-month abortion. Now they're in perinatal abortion. You hear about that in California?
No.
They're voting for an abortion bill that will kill a child 28 days after it's born. Yes, it's in the House in California. Perinatal, after birth. Why? Because our argument was solid with them. Well, when does life begin? We started kicking their butts. It begins at conception. Okay, well, we can kill them in 3 months. Well, what about 1? Well, what about 5 months? Well, okay, then, well, okay, you're right. We'll take it to the 9th month then. Well, if you can take it to the 9th month, why not after? You're giving us permission to do that. You've given us permission to commit murder. Let's do it. It's logical, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Why not? Our logic is winning out, Tucker, and they're telling us, yes, you're right. We can kill them anytime we want to. The same thing with our logic when it came down to homosexuality and all this kind of stuff. They talk about, oh, no, people are born gay, but then they did the Human Genome Project, right? Didn't find no gay gene. They did the twin study, and when one twin was gay, the other twin was gay only about maybe 20-25% of the time. So it couldn't be in the DNA. You see what I'm talking about? So they start saying, no, what? No, it's a choice. You're right. But we've gotten the law passed now. They don't try to argue that any longer. It's irrelevant. The law's passed. And right now, since states can now do whatever they want to do when it comes down to abortion, hell, I guess it's just a matter of legalisms, isn't it? Like Dred Scott. Dred Scott is not a man that a white man has no rights and a white man need to adhere to. So you've told us with abortion, and this has always been amazing to me. I remember when Scott Peterson killed his wife, you remember Lacey?
Yes.
You remember he's charged with 2 murders, isn't he?
Yes.
How is that when the baby wasn't born yet? How is that?
Because everybody knows that.
Everybody knows.
It's a person, of course.
Everybody knows. But we have said that the mother has a right to kill that child whenever she chooses. So if it's a person here, it's a person, it's a person here. They know it. But we've allowed that legalism. We've allowed it to stay. And now we're going to have to deal with it.
So, I mean, it's human sacrifice. I think it's pretty obvious.
Of course it is.
This is a religious right.
Yes.
But at some point, our people are punished.
Yes.
For killing, for example, for sin. our nation's punished?
I think they're by God. And I don't think it's God punishing them. I think that what happens is he takes his hands off and you become a virtuous people and you start killing yourselves. It was interesting, the commandment that says, honor thy father and thy mother so your days will be long on this earth. And people always think that means that God will punish you for not obeying your father and your mother. No, it is a harbinger. It tells you the type of person that you are. And my dad would say, if you do not honor and obey me, you won't honor and obey the police. You'll go outside this house and you'll disrespect the wrong person. And that wrong person is going to bust a cap in your head. So when you are disrespectful to your parents, it tells the type of spirit you have in you, an arrogant, prideful, disrespectful spirit.
That's right.
And that's going to get you in trouble outside of the house. And the people outside of the house don't love you like your mom and daddy do. And somebody's going to either lock you up or put you in jail or kill you. That means you have no respect for yourself. So you're going to be doing dope and drugs. You're going to be out there fighting and acting a fool. So it's a harbinger. So when people kill their own children, you tell them that you can kill them inside the womb. Well, why do you? Well, that means you can kill them outside of it too. So why do you think the murder rate's so high in the Black community? There's no virtue in life. You told them you can kill them inside the womb. So why can't I kill them outside the womb? So now we're killing one another. And now the nation is dying. And when you don't have any respect for life, you have no respect for anything else, because that's the most important thing. Our Bible tells us, I'll lay before you blessings and curses, life and death. Choose life so that you and your children shall live. Choose life. We're choosing death. Democratic Party is a death cult.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. We hope you'll subscribe to it. And by the way, you can hit the little bell on there and get notifications every time we produce a video. We hope you'll do that also.
But ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and it is my privilege to introduce to you the 45th and soon to be the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is really something. I knew I should be here. I knew it. I was told be here, and I said, I think it's the right place to be, because we did a lot of jobs and a lot of opportunity zones, which was great with Tim Scott. He was really hard at work always. Tim, always hard, South Carolina senator. And he came in with the opportunity zone concept, and I think it was the best economic development ever done for the Black community and beyond. So it was really great. It was great. But I'm honored to be in Detroit at the 180 Church, 180. Just met your pastor, your great pastor, Lorenzo Sewell, for hosting us. I want to thank Lorenzo for hosting us and for all the work he's done to serve the people of this community. I hear he's phenomenal. Where's Lorenzo? Where is it? Lorenzo? What a good job you've done, Lorenzo. Be my pastor any day. I need it, too. I need it. Thank you, Lorenzo. Also, we have a great group of patriots. As you know, Byron Donalds is an incredible guy. Incredible guy. And I noticed he happens to be on the list of potential vice presidents. Would anybody like to see him as a vice president? I noticed your name is very high on the list. That's good. You should be on the list too. Congressman John James, my friend, he is something special. Thank you, John, very much. Great job you're doing, too, by the way. And I heard you have no trouble. You're going to just breeze right through it, and you should, because you've done a fantastic job. Former Secretary and my really good friend for a long time, Ben Carson, Dr. Ben Carson. There's a man, he worked very hard. No scandal, everybody that had this scandal. There was no scandal with Ben. 4 years, it was perfect. He did a great job, and we love Ben, special person, and Candy, the whole family. Thank you, Ben, for being here. Appreciate it. A man who has the mojo. He's going to be a very great senator and taking off like a rocket. He's leading in all the polls, and he's going to be something very, very special. Mike Rogers. Mike, thank you very much. And Mrs. Rogers, thank you for being here. So nice to meet you. Yeah, that was an easy endorsement for me. That was a real easy one, but he's got what it takes, and he'll be one of the most formidable senators, and I think he's going to do a phenomenal job bringing money back to your district, bringing jobs back to your district. He's a big believer in that. A person who's endorsed us and who's been fantastic. He's run for office. He could have won for a lot of offices if he wanted, but he loved being a police chief. It's James Craig. Where is James? James Craig. Wonderful guy, and thank you for the support, James. I really do appreciate it. And Michigan GOP chair, a friend of mine also, an incredible politician at the time, and he left. He didn't lose. He left after a while, and he went on to big things, including being an ambassador. And he's the one guy I wanted to head up the GOP here because we think we're going to win this state. We're leading right now by a lot, and we think we're going to win it. Pete Hoekstra. Thank you. Thank you, Pete. So it's an honor to be here. It's a very important area for us. We've done more for, and I say this, I say it proudly, more for the black population than any president since Abraham Lincoln. That's a big statement. And crooked Joe Biden has done nothing for you except talk. It's only talk. It's all talk. He gets nothing. He gets nothing for anyone. He was lost. He's in Europe. He's walking around. He doesn't know where the hell he is, and he's supposed to help Detroit. I don't think so. But we achieved the lowest African-American unemployment rate and the lowest African-American poverty rate ever recorded during my 4 years. We lifted 6.6 million people out of poverty. Black Americans saw their largest increase in home ownership on record. There's never been anything like it. This is during our period of time. We gave record funding to historically black colleges and universities. You all know that, and got great support. And I will just tell you a quick story. The heads of the colleges would come to Washington once every year, and after 2 years, I said, why do you guys keep coming? And I liked them. I liked a couple of them. Really, they're friends of mine. But the whole group was very, they were just terrific people. Men and women heading up the colleges. And I said, why do you keep coming? Because they won't give us long-term financing. We have to come back every year. One said, and I say respectfully, he said, they make us feel like a bunch of beggars. We have to come back to Washington every year. I said, well, we're going to take care of that. And I got them actually more money than they asked for by far, and we got them long-term financing. And I said, the only thing sad is that I'll never see you again, probably. I will never meet you again, because we got used to meeting. I kept saying, and then after a couple of years, I said, why do you have to keep coming back? I mean, he said, we've been doing this for a long time, for 20 years, I guess. The one gentleman said he was there 20 years. He's been doing it for 20 years. I said, that's not right. And they do a very important job and a great job. And so I got you long-term financing, and I think all of them are voting for Trump. I don't know. I can't say maybe, but I'd say 99% of them. And if they aren't, I don't know what the hell the other side did, but we'll start an investigation or something, okay? We passed historic criminal justice reform, something that they've been after, people have been after for mostly the black community for years and years. And to get it done, they needed me. And as you know, President Obama tried Biden doesn't even try. Well, he doesn't have to because we got it done, but we're going to get it improved. But President Obama tried, was unable to get it done. You needed conservative votes, and I got conservative votes, and we got criminal justice reform done. Nobody else could have done that. And we're very proud of it. When I left office, we had no inflation. Gasoline was less than $2. The 30-year mortgage was at 2.6%. The border was secure. Wages were rising, and the jobs were the best in the history of our country for African American, for Black Americans. The jobs were the best in the history of our country. Other than that, what did I do? Not that much. Not that much. Now watch, the press will put that on. I didn't do that much because they're bad people. You know, they're bad. That's why they're the fake news. You have the same problem that I do. They're fake news. So Biden, on the other hand, Biden wrote the devastating 1994 crime bill, talking about super predators. That was Biden. You know, he walks around now talking about the black vote. He's the king of the super predators, and he wrote the 1994 crime bill that you talk about so much. I guess everybody here knows about that, especially if you happen to be black. And he was the one with the super predators, so just please remember that when you think you're going to vote Democrat, because you shouldn't vote Democrat. Biden's inflation, thank you. That's a big deal, too, because, you know, he tries to pretend like, oh, you know, nothing happened, nothing happened. He was the one. Biden's inflation has cost a typical American family $28,000. Millions of illegal aliens are pouring in, and they're taking your jobs. The black community is being hurt more by the illegal aliens, 16, 17 million. They're taking your jobs. You're down 6-7% from where you were just 3 years ago with me. And it's going much lower because millions and millions of people are coming into your communities. It's no longer, every state is a border state. You've heard that. But they're coming into your community and they're taking your job. They're affecting the African Americans, and then after that, the Hispanic Americans more than any other group. And they're also affecting unions because unions are starting to lose their grip because of it. They've never seen it. We're being inundated. Think of it. Millions of people are coming in from prisons, from mental institutions. They're terrorists at levels that we have never seen before. And in 2019, we had a survey done. How many terrorists were coming in? That was a Trump year. 2019, they said none. Now, I don't even believe that. I think that's too good. I wish the fake news wasn't fake then, but it was done by Border Patrol, etc. And they said no terrorists came in 2019. I can't believe that. But as soon as they took over, they have thousands of terrorists coming into our country. And we're all going to be hearing about that. We have to get them out. One of the first things we're doing is we're getting them out, right? They're coming in at levels never seen before. I say that by the time we get him out, and again, he's the worst president in the history of our country. And you know what? He's been the worst president for black people. He's been the worst president for Hispanic people. There's never been anybody so bad. And remember what I said about the crime bill. Under Biden, real wages for African American workers are down 6%. That's the biggest decrease ever in a short period of time. You're down 6% since he took over. 100% of the net jobs created under Biden have gone to the illegals. Did you know that? 100% of the jobs created have gone to illegals. And then you're supposed to vote for this guy, and he doesn't know the difference. You're not talking about him. You're talking about people that control him. Fascists, communists, people that want to see our country destroyed. So I'm going to quickly rebuild the greatest economy in history. We had the greatest economy in history. We're going to stop inflation. And remember, even if you were making the same thing as you were made, you were losing a fortune because with food prices and with all of the prices of interest rates, which went so high, and you can't get money, but with interest rates, housing costs, rent costs, all of the different costs, you're talking about 30, 40, and even 50%, depending on what items you want to use. And people were making, if you're making the same amount of money, even if you made more, you're way behind the 8 ball. And people that actually, somebody said, gee, I've been treated nicely, I got wage increases. losing a fortune compared to when Trump was running things. We had almost no inflation, and they had inflation of a number, the real number, if you really get into the real number, it's probably 40 or 50% when you add things up, when you don't just put in the numbers that they want to hear. Look at just the cost of energy. I'm going to save the auto industry. Instead, we're going to be building all cars, not just electric cars. It's ridiculous. They don't go far. And they're fine. Some people might want them. And we're going to rebuild Detroit. We're going to get the car companies. Under Biden, you're not going to have any more car business. And whoever Sean Fain is, he's the head of the union. I can tell you, the United Auto Workers are voting for Trump. This guy went along with this ridiculous concept of switching over to all electric cars. They're all going to be made in China. They're very expensive, and they don't go far. They don't go far. So we're going to end that on day one. We're going to end that mandate. And if you want an electric car, you'll absolutely get it. But get gasoline, and you'll get hybrids. You'll get whatever it is, and we'll make sure that it's done. We're going to seal the border, and we're going to stop the invasion of your jobs and the invasion of our country. It's an invasion of your jobs. They are taking away your jobs when they pour. It makes sense. I mean, it makes sense. They're taking away your jobs. We'll bring back public safety and defend our communities for law-abiding American citizens. We need, look, the crime is most rampant right here and in African-American communities, and more people see me and they say, sir, we want protection. We want police to protect us. We don't want to get robbed and mugged and beat up or killed because we want to walk across the street to buy a loaf of bread. They want it so badly. The fake news doesn't talk about it. But the black population wants law enforcement more than any other population. So I think it's an important thing to say. And I'll keep the radical left-wing gender ideology away from our youth. Gender ideology. Wow. You know, it's an amazing thing. Every time I say that, it gets that kind of an audience. From all groups, from all communities. It's incredible how that continues. Like, I will keep men out of women's sports. People say, that's another thing. Well, just to step it up, we will close the borders. They will be closed tight like they were, and only people will come into our country. They have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. And we'll also support, which is very important for your community, universal school choice. It's so important. So with all of that, I want to just say that it's Carlos and everybody, it's been an honor to be here. It's an incredible place. I have a lot of friends here, and we're going to do things. We're going to bring back the auto industry. The best thing we can do is bring back the auto industry. If you look at what Biden's done, you know, we got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and we did the USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada, the best trade deal they say ever made in this country. Actually, the trade deal I made with China was just as good or better, but I don't talk about it because of the COVID, what they brought upon, the China virus. Has anyone ever heard of the China virus? We want to be as accurate as possible. But we made great trade deals, but USMCA gave us something that was very special. And if you look right now, they're building massive auto plants in Mexico, and they think they're going to build automobiles, and they're going to send them into our country and get rid of all your jobs in Michigan and get rid of all your jobs all over the country, your auto jobs. They're building the biggest auto plants anywhere in the world right now in Mexico, fairly close to the border. And let me tell you, those cars aren't coming into this country unless they pay a massive tariff, because we want those plants built in our country, not in that country. We're going to bring back the auto industry to Michigan. We're bringing it back to Michigan. We're going to bring back the auto, and I can tell you from our senator, we will work on that together, but we're going to bring back the auto country. It's going to be called Auto Country again, because you've lost. You've lost, over the years, you've lost more than 50% of the automobile making capacity. And I think the number's even much higher than that. It used to be the only place, and now it's almost, it didn't go down with me, by the way. We did very well. We kept them out with tariffs and other things, but we're going to do something that's going to really bring back massive auto manufacturing to the state of Michigan, and we're going to create jobs like you've never seen. And I just want to thank everybody, and Pastor, I want to thank you. This is a nice church, by the way, very nice. I'll come here some Sunday with you, okay? I'll listen to a real sermon, right?
I'm going to enjoy that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, darling.
Hey, Mr.
Thank you,
President,
fellas.
look,
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, look at him right there.
Thank you.
You see him? You see him?
Oh, is he a good-looking guy? Look at him. Wow, he's a beauty.
Well, Mr. President,
Thank you very much,
we have a lot of great community leaders here. Again, thank everybody for being here. I want to turn to Itasha Dotson. Itasha, tell us about your story and what's going on here. You're a mother, you're a grandmother. Tell us what's going on in Detroit.
I have a convenience store on the east side of Detroit. I didn't go there with the idea, but it was in a store in my neighborhood, the neighborhood that my store is. So I just decided to do something for the community there and put something there that can be in use. I have just purchased me a building that I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with that. Some towards the community. I like to give back to the community. I love the things that you talk about, Trump. I believe that I know you're a stand-up man, and I know you're going to do what you say you're going to do. And I'm rooting for you.
Thank you. Good job.
So I want to move real quickly. So, Carlos, you're a veteran of our military. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You served and you worked in the postal service for 30 years, and you're also a boxing coach.
Sir.
24 years. I might need to learn something from you.
Come on down.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So, tell us how you're viewing our country right now, and do you have a question for the president?
Yes, I look at how Joe Biden became the president and allowed Afghanistan to collapse and allowed our soldiers to die it angers me. And we had a president who loved our soldiers, and we need to put our president back in office. And I just want to know, President Trump, please don't allow our soldiers to walk around wearing red high-heel shoes.
Thank you, Carlos. He does have a point. You know, one thing I say, as Carlos knows better than anybody, we defeated ISIS 100%. They told me it would take 5 years. They told me it would take 5 years, and we did it literally in 5 weeks. We did it quickly. And I will tell you, our soldiers, other than the people on the top that you see on television, and some of them are really just weak, pathetic, and bad, the way they got out of Afghanistan, getting out was fine. We were going to get out with dignity and strength. We weren't going to leave people behind, and we weren't going to leave equipment behind. Think of it, $85 billion worth of brand new equipment we left, and they're one of the largest sellers right now of military equipment in the world. They left 70,000 trucks, many of them armor-plated, 700,000 rifles. I don't know why we had so much equipment over there, but they had it, they bought it, and we left it, brand new stuff, goggles, night goggles where they can see perfectly, so now the Taliban can fight at night. But you know that, we left it over there. I will say, though, we defeated the ISIS caliphate and our soldiers are real soldiers. They're not going woke. Nobody's going to talk them into going woke. Those guys did their job, and you're so right. Thank you, Carlos.
No, thank you so much, Carl. Mr. President, we have a couple people who have been doing their work in business, restaurants. We have an executive chef with us. Now, he says his steak is excellent. And apparently a bunch of the staff, when they've been here in Detroit, has eaten at his restaurant, and they all come back with rave reviews. But Omar, tell us about all you've done here in Detroit, how you came up in Detroit, and then whatever question you have for the president, please.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. And thank you, Detroit, for supporting us. President Trump, welcome to Detroit.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Omar. Great.
I'm excited to be here with you today, President Trump. I'm a restaurateur and executive chef at Table Number 2 Restaurant, downtown Detroit. We are on our way of being a Michelin star restaurant with the help of God and yourself. I'm successful now, but I started out born and raised on the east side of Detroit in the urban community. I give credit to the urban community because without them, it would never have been me. I grew up teaching young kids to push, dream big, work hard. I want our kids today to be dreamers, bigger, so they can achieve more like I did and even more. What will your administration do to ensure young children are given the opportunities and challenges to keep growing? That's my question, but I also want to point out publicly on record that when you were in office, Mr. President Trump, the African American community, the Latino community, the Arabic community, we all soared. The money was pumping when you were in office. As a restaurant operator, I'm telling you that the money was pumping. And the money's not pumping now, and we need to get back to that because it's ruining our economy.
Right. Well, as you know better than anybody, Omar, the money was not a problem 4 years ago. The banks were lending, and they were lending at very low rates, and now you can't get money at 10 and 11 and 12%. You can't get any money, especially for a small business. It's almost impossible. We're going to save our country. The most important thing we have to save. When you see Russian ships floating essentially off the coast of Miami, I mean, if you think off the coast of Florida, how did that happen? And the fake news, look at all of them back there. The fake news doesn't even want to talk about it because it makes Biden. Putin would not be doing that if I were president. And I had a very good relationship, but I had a tough relationship. You know, I ended the pipeline going all over Europe, the Russian pipeline called Nord Stream 2. He wouldn't be doing it. And I will tell you, the most important thing we have to do, we have to save our country because our country is in trouble. We have a chance, a real chance at World War III. And you know, we have less than 5 months now. Actual voting starts in North Carolina. If you take a look, that's going to be on the 6th of September. 22nd of September is Pennsylvania. So it's not even November 5th, which will go down as the most important day, most important election, but the most important day in the history of our country. It's going to. Two things. I'm going to stop at your restaurant the next time, and you're going to give me the greatest lunch you've ever served, because I heard you do great steak.
Thank you.
So we'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay? And the other thing, tell your waiters and waitresses and anybody else getting tips, because there are a lot of people get tips, car attendants and caddies, and a lot of different people get tips. We are not going to tax tips. The tax immediately is coming off. As you know, the government under Biden just passed new regulations to really go after these people, and they're at a level like nobody's ever seen. It's like jail time stuff.
Absolutely.
To go after your waiters and your waitresses and other people getting tips. So anybody getting tips, because there are certain tip industries. The car business has a lot of tipping going on. We are not going to be taxing tips. It's going to end immediately. So thank you, Omar. Great job. See you at your restaurant.
I'm sorry?
We'll see you at the restaurant.
Absolutely. I'll be there waiting.
Thank you, Omar.
Pleasure.
Appreciate it.
I'm going to have to join you, Omar. I'm going to have to come for that dinner. Listen, when you get a good meal, you got to take advantage of it.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm looking for.
You're coming with me.
All right. So I'm going to go down to the end of the table. Now, Mr. President, this gentleman at the end of the table, look at that hat. That hat is phenomenal. I was talking about it earlier before I came out.
It looks good.
Thank you. Looks good. So Mario has, and I don't want to take away your story, brother, but Mario has done tremendous things in rebuilding his life. And I want Mario to talk about all the things he's done, he's been through, and whatever question he has for you.
Okay. My first, just to say, I'm happy to be here. I wouldn't be anywhere else today.
Thank you.
I had some issues early in my life, you know, young black man in the city. I got incarcerated, and it just so happened to be under the Joe Biden's 1994
right.
crime bill.
That's right.
I'd like to thank you for working on the First Step Act that reversed that. That was big. That was real big. Anyway, I turned my life around right now. I have 6 children, and I worry about their future. Democrats are attacking our kids right now. What will you do to protect our children and their future?
Well, we're going to get your children jobs. We're going to make it possible for them to work. We're going to stop illegals from coming in, because your biggest threat are the illegals taking the jobs. We have threats as to security, too, because, again, so many of them come from prisons and jails, from mental institutions, and even insane asylums. That's a step above, that's many steps above mental institutions. And we're not going to allow this to happen. And the first community, and this is open knowledge, that's being affected, and affected very badly, is the black community, because they're taking your jobs. We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. They have to be vetted, and they have to come in legally. So I think that's the biggest single thing that we can do in terms of the future, because you see already what's happening, where your wages are down, it's going down, it's going to get very bad. I think it's going to get very bad. So we have to close up the border, we have to stop, and we want people to come in, but we want them to come in legally, and they have to come in through a legal process. It's so unfair to our country, but I think that's the biggest thing we can do.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Steve.
Mr. President, talking about children, we have somebody with us, Valerie Parker. Valerie has been fighting for the children here in Detroit. She runs after-school programs. She runs weekend programs. And when I met her off to the side, and the first words out of her mouth, I had a flashback to when I was a kid. I said, I knew a Valerie Parker when I was a young kid, and she straightened me out and had me being focused on what is necessary to be successful in life. But Valerie's with us, and I heard also she's a fan, like a big one.
Thank you, Valerie.
I'm gonna say it because I don't want her to get in trouble. What she said to me backstage was that Melania is in trouble. She better watch out. That's what she told me. That's what she told me, I promise.
Don't forget, we're still in church. We're still in church now. We're still in church.
We're in church. I apologize, Pastor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Valerie, tell us about your story. Tell us what you're doing here in Detroit, whatever question you have for President Trump.
Thank you, Mr. President, for coming to the hood. Thank you so much. I was born and raised in Detroit. Forced to be a Democrat and take their Section 8 and all that stuff, and you couldn't get no higher education. Had me pop up all them babies to get some more checks. They didn't tell me I was stuck with the kids for 18 years. They didn't tell me that part. Oh, wow. You know, and so, but what my concern is right now, I'm doing an after-school program. Our kids are in trouble, especially African Americans, as you say. And when I go to these schools, I go to schools where the African American girls don't even have doors on their bathrooms. But when I go to the immigrants who speak no English, right, they got the best food, the best bathroom, got people teach the second language right next to them. I went to school last week and we was talking STEM. So I asked them, I said, how many immigrants? They raised their hand. Do you know the hour they kicked me out? I'm not allowed to ask an immigrant. I'm a free citizen. What's up with that? I got a problem with that. I'm tired of these black Democrats stealing these black money, talking about what you ain't doing. I know they stealing. I went over, I'm in Brightmoor, been over there since 2005, spending my own money. So this recently, I went to a Democrat who I've been knowing since I was 8 years old. He do barbershop. I said, can you give me a cup of come and how much you charge to get the kids $5 haircuts? He told me call Trump. So then I called Ann Clark. Ann Clark got on her business, Wayne County Community Republicans. We doing June 22nd. They doing some stuff, and I'm here talking to you. So I'm gonna go tell him. I say, you told me to tell Trump, and I told Trump on you. Yeah, all you Democrats, y'all ain't doing right by these kids.
Thank you. Thank you. No wonder I see you on television so much and you do so well, but that's something. It is, you know, you mentioned Section 8, and I built Section 8 housing. I built quite a bit of it, and I did it initially with my father, and we were successful at it, but it was crazy because essentially there was no rent. You paid no rent, and people would come up to us and say, you know, I don't have to live for free, but if you could help me, it would be good. I say, the program is you pay nothing or you pay everything. There was nothing in between, right? And people were saying, I don't want to do that. I want to help. And they end up taking it. They lived literally for nothing. The problem was there was no money left out for anybody else. So people that wanted subsidized housing, they wanted housing to help their family and to live and everything else, they couldn't get the housing. The Section 8 program, it was a crazy program. People were saying, I want to pay something. And a lot of people came up to me. They said, because I knew it very well. I knew that program very well. And they wanted to pay something. They couldn't do it. You got it for almost nothing. And but there was nothing left over for a lot of other people. It was a crazy program, actually. Really a crazy government program. Ben Carson would know that better than anybody because he had to live with it. But that's, your story is an amazing story, and thank you. Thank you, Valerie, very much. Appreciate it.
Now, Mr. President, we do have to go to the man of the house. This is his church. Pastor Sewell, the floor is yours. Please share whatever you would like to share, because basically, tomorrow you're going to do that anyway. So, go ahead and share now.
President Trump, I'm so humbled that you would be here. President Obama never came to the hood, so to speak, right? President Joe Biden, he went to the big NAACP dinner, but he never came to the hood. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Very humble.
Really nice. Thank you. My honor.
Our community is disenfranchised, we're marginalized, we're pushed aside. And there are two things that are happening with crime and employment. You're an entrepreneur. How do you see funding entrepreneurs, specifically keeping the black dollar in the black community? Let me explain. If I want to eat, I have to give my money to the Albanians at Coney Island. If you want to get gas, you need to go to the Chaldeans. If you want to have your hair look like mine, you got to go to Asians. And I thank God for Asians. My wife is right there. She's Asian. Our children are Blasian. So I give it up to my Asian brothers and sisters. But we don't keep the black dollar in the black community. You're an entrepreneur. What does it look like for black entrepreneurs to be able to get resources they need so we don't look for a handout, but a hand up?
And we talk about this. You have a lot of dollars in the black community, and they don't keep it. I think one of the biggest problems that I see is the crime. They have to stop the crime. If they stop the crime, you're going to see more and more stores sprout. And we're losing them in other communities too, where there's crime. You see empty stores, you see them all over. They see big stores they moved in 10 years ago. They spent millions of dollars to build it, and now they're leaving. And these are not necessarily black communities. In many cases, they're not at all. But where there's crime, there's empty stores, and you don't keep the money. We're going to stop the crime. We have to let people feel free and be able to walk outside and not even think about being mugged or hit or shot or anything. And, one of the examples, I see the love in this church. It's incredible what you've done. You've done an incredible job. I would like to ask if you could final out with a prayer. Is that okay? I don't want to get you by surprise here because this was not, but I've heard so much about you and so many great things, and it's such an honor to be here. It's such an incredible honor. And with so many of my friends that are political leaders that are really going places, and he is on the list, by the way, and I don't know if he's going to make it, but he's on a list of a few people, right? Not too many people. Would you like to be VP? Huh? I think he would. Tell you one thing, it'd be a good one too. But I'd love to ask you to finish off with a prayer. Does that make sense?
I would love to pray.
Thank you very much.
Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the 45th President of the United States of America. He was charged with 34 felonies. Then he raised $53 million in 24 hours. And he has the potential to be the 47th President of the United States of America. You have protected him from things seen and unseen. You have protected his family. We pray for his wife, his children. Father, we ask that late in the midnight hour that you would speak to him. We pray that you might visit him with wisdom and revelation and the knowledge of you. We ask that even when he deals with complex problems, that you might give him the ability to hear your still small voice. And Father, we ask that you might lift his hands up so that our country perhaps would be great again. And we believe specifically for Black America that you would make Black America great again. Because Lord, we realize we haven't always been this way. So we pray that righteousness would begin to roll like water and justice like a mighty stream. And we thank you that you're able to do it because we believe that there are promises that you have through this president. And we believe that you would do exceedingly and abundantly above all that we could ask, think, or imagine in his life and in our community. In Jesus' name we pray, amen and amen. Come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Pastor. I heard he was good. I didn't know he was that good. Thank you, Pastor, very much. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you very much. Thank you. We love you all. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. I say this, I say it proudly, more for the black population than any president since Abraham Lincoln. That's a big statement. And crooked Joe Biden has done nothing for you except talk. It's only talk. He's been the worst president for black people. Under Biden, real wages for African-American workers are down 6%. We lifted 6.6 million people out of poverty. Black Americans saw their largest increase in home ownership on record.
Former President Trump slamming Biden's record with black voters in Detroit as the two candidates are neck and neck in the key swing state. Our next guest joins us live from Detroit, where he spent a few hours with Trump at yesterday's event. It's Michigan Congressman John James, who joins us now. Congressman, thanks for being with us.
Hey, thanks for having me back on.
You bet. You hear Trump's message to the black voter. We see some polling suggests he's really starting to resonate to some extent with the black voter. What do you think about that in Detroit as a possible effect for the way we see Michigan go in November?
And look, in 2016, Donald Trump came into Detroit and asked black Detroiters what we had to lose. 8 years later, Joe Biden has shown us. President Trump came back to the hood with the receipts. He went back in. He talked about rising crime. He talked about rising interest rates. He talked about rising inflation. All things that hurt black Americans the most, hurt all Americans, but hurt black Americans the most. And Pastor Sewell, I think, made a very appropriate point that President Trump was in the neighborhoods. Joe Biden goes to a big special dinner at the NAACP, and I'm not even sure President Obama even visited the neighborhoods in Detroit. But President Trump once again is showing up. Republicans are showing up, not just with FaceTime, but with better policies than the Democrats.
Well, this is what you're referring to. Lorenzo Sewell, the senior pastor at 180 Church, said this about Obama and Biden.
President Trump, I'm so humbled that you would be here. President Obama never came to the hood, so to speak, right? President Joe Biden, he went to the big NAACP dinner, but he never came to the hood. So thank you.
You know, the thing is, though, Congressman, on one hand, you see this outrage. On the other, this outreach, you will see a ton of messaging fed to say, in some way or another, yeah, but Republicans are racist.
Well, you know, these are their talking points because Democrats refuse to take accountability for the fact that African Americans have been doing worse decade after decade after decade after the Great Society. Democrats and frankly, have been failing African Americans, but we can't just point the finger at Democrats. Republicans have refused to go into cities and to campuses all over the country. And we have to do what the original Republicans did, march down into where people are being oppressed. Then in the slavery times, it was oppression of the body, physical bondage. Now we have the obligation to go in and have an alternative suggestion, alternative ideas, and give people the opportunity to be free from the mental bondage that Democrats have over. I absolutely believe that if 95% of African Americans continue to vote for one party, then neither party is going to have to work for the vote. In the past, Republicans have ignored the black vote because we don't think we can get it. Democrats have neglected it, but that is changing with President Trump. We are making the case, we are showing up, and people are beginning to take notice. And Donald Trump is tied in the state of Michigan because this is a real race. It's not just about black and white. It's not even about red and blue. It's about have and have-nots. And Democrats are making excuses, and Michigan is the center of the universe in 2024.
Really fascinating way to say it, you know, to transition from physical bondage into modern-day mental bondage. You also said this on X in honor of Father's Day. You tweeted the following: "My dad couldn't attend college across the street from his house because he is black. Today, his grandson, his namesake, sat on the dais with me on the most powerful committee in Congress. God bless America. Still the only nation where a family can go from emancipation to energy and commerce in just a few generations." Pretty incredible.
It is pretty incredible. We're blessed to be Americans, and so we have an obligation, as dads in particular, to make sure we pass on that blessing of freedom and liberty to future generations. I had the opportunity, as the first freshman since 2011, to be on Energy and Commerce Committee, to bring my son to speak on the remarkable healthcare legislation that we got passed through committee last week. And I was only able to do that by the grace of God and a strong Father who protected us, provided for us, and showed us that even though this nation has warts, we have an obligation to pursue a more perfect union. And by teaching my son that he has a personal responsibility to give back to this great country, is part of my job as a dad. My father's is a combat veteran, a Vietnam veteran. I'm a global war on terror veteran, and graduating from West Point, I recognize that my father never wanted me to follow in his footsteps. He wanted me to be better, and I think that's the wish that every father has for their sons, for them to be better. So, with that being said, thank you, Dad. I love you. Happy Father's Day, and in particular, for all the people in my district, in the Brooklands area in particular, who are affected by the psychopath who went on a rampage yesterday at the splash pad. My hearts are with you. As you no father should spend Father's Day in a hospital. And we're continuing to pray and doing everything we can at every level of government to bring resolution to your families and make sure this never happens again.
Well, incredible personal story. Thank you for those sentiments at the end. Incredible personal story as well that you share with us. And so happy Father's Day, Congressman. Thank you.
Yes, sir. God bless. Happy Father's Day.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Here's a video, and then we're going to welcome, hopefully, the 47th President of the United States.
Best-known businessman in America is no ordinary rich man. He was the people's...
There was one thing that you wanted people to remember about Donald Trump. What is it?
Ever give up. Over the years, I've surprised a lot of people. The biggest surprise is yet to come.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency.
I, Donald John Trump, will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help me God.
Begin with criticism, then you go to protest, then you go to impeachment, now you go to indictment, and none of them work. What's next?
Even get to that stage, it is a moment that is solemn.
Just hours ago, the former president of the United States, now running for a second term, Donald J. Trump, was convicted on all 34 felony counts.
Over the course of your life, you will find that things are not always fair. You will find that things happen to you that you do not deserve, and that are not always warranted. But you have to put your head down and fight.
Has Donald Trump got the stamina and the will to do this again? He's come under such tremendous fire.
For anyone else, any one of these setbacks would mean political death. But not Donald Trump, who just gets stronger.
We will never give in.
Louder.
We will never give up.
And more likely to a triumphant return to the White House.
And we will never stop fighting for our freedom.
You have to wonder if Donald Trump is indestructible.
The more he plunges into his back, the powerful he got. And my God, that guy's got resilience.
This is a guy who has had arrows thrown at him. Democrats have tried to put him in jail, bankrupt, and not only is he still standing, but he's on top. He's winning right now.
The fundamental question of our time is whether the West has the will to survive. Do we have the confidence in our values to defend them at any cost?
They will stop at nothing to stop this guy because he's all
Donald
for us.
Trump is the greatest threat to their power.
Do we have the courage to preserve our civilization in the face of those who would destroy it?
It's going to be the biggest election season in history.
2024 is the final battle. What imprint will you leave in the sands of history?
Ultimately, it's your choice. You get to deliver the final verdict at the ballot box.
Donation websites are crushing.
Decades covering campaign money. I've never seen anything like this.
The more that he has, and just to read it, this brief is going to blow up.
I would just say to people, don't underestimate this guy.
You were wrong about Donald Trump. You said he's going to be irrelevant.
Time and time again, I have underestimated Donald Trump's power.
Trump can make the biggest political comeback of all time.
Latest polls, we see Trump leading enough swing states to take the White House.
Together we are unstoppable. Together we are unbeatable. There is no cannot achieve. Together we will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Hello, Turning Point, and hello, Michigan. It's great to be back in a state I love with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. Thank you very much. What a turnout this is. This guy, Charlie Kirk. I want to thank you all, and I want to thank Charlie Kirk for everything he's done at Turning Point Action for making this event possible. What a great turnout. And you've got the same number of people outside, but they have a screen. That's not as good as where you are. At the end of the speech, I'll be taking some questions, so this is different than Joe Biden. He doesn't take any questions. And he doesn't make any speeches. Let me also thank members of Congress that are here. They're warriors. They're incredible people. Byron Donalds, wherever Byron may be. Good speech, Byron. Thank you very much. Byron, thank you very much. Great guy. Big future. Matt Gaetz, very popular guy. Matt Gaetz. Thank you, Matt Gaetz. And Ginger. Thank you, Ginger. Thank you for being Ginger. Great couple. Eli Crane. Eli, thank you. We're leading your stadium by a lot. Warren Davidson. Warren, thank you. Thank you very much, Warren. A woman who's very quiet, very shy, but very professional, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Great person. She's a great person. And Michael Cloud. Thank you, Michael. Congressman Michael Cloud. And former Congressman that almost won New York, which they said was impossible. What a campaign. 2 years late, frankly, because today it's different. The illegal have taken over New York. Today it's different. What a job he did. Former Congressman Lee Zeldin. Lee, wherever you are. Lee, thank you. Also, a person who's really a terrific person. I've gotten to know her well. Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. Thank you, Tulsi. Thank you, Tulsi. And you all know my son, Don. He's out there working. He's such a good boy. And Kimberly Guilfoyle. I heard her speak. They really gave some good ones. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Don. A man who is really special, very important. I think the most important man in the room for what we're doing, RNC Chairman Michael Whatley. He's doing a great job. And Michigan GOP Chair, I wanted him from day one. I said, Pete, you got to do it. You got to do it. And he was a great and successful politician. He then went on. I took him as ambassador. Pete Hoekstra, fantastic guy, head of the GOP. Good job. And we have the Nebraska GOP chairman here, too, Eric Underwood. Eric, thank you very much. Thank you, Eric, for being here. We have a man who's got a really successful show. Everybody watches it. I watch it as often as I can. And he's a smart guy, and he's actually got a big heart, but I won't tell people that because I'll ruin his reputation. Steve Bannon. Where's Steve? Where's Steve? Where is he? Thank you, Steve. He's great. He's a smart cookie. Another smart cookie, Roger Stone. Roger. Great guy. Former Secretary Ben Carson. Fantastic job. Everybody loves him. I love him. And a man who's very popular in these circles and a big star. He's become a bigger and bigger star. Ted Nugent. Ted, thank you for being here, Ted. Wherever you may be. Wherever you may be, Ted, thank you very much. Thank you very much. With the help of everyone here today, we're going to win the state of Michigan this November. We're going to fire crooked Joe Biden. We are going to evict the Biden crime family from the White House, and we are going to make America great again. Have you heard that expression? Less than 4 years ago, our border was secure. Inflation was nowhere to be seen. We didn't have inflation. The world was at peace, and America was stronger and more respected than ever before. It was never as respected as it was just 4 years ago. Now, under crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, the world is in flames. Our border is overrun. Inflation is raging. Europe is in chaos. The Middle East is exploding. Iran is emboldened. China is on the march. And the worst, most incompetent person to ever lead this country is dragging us toward World War III. Other than that, I think he's doing a very good job. Do we agree? Other than that, he's doing a fine job. Now, he's the worst. Under Biden, illegal aliens are better off. Terrorists are better off. China is better off. Russia is better off. The cartels are better off. But the American people were far better off under a gentleman named President Donald J. Trump. Have you heard of him? Have you heard of him? And in particular, and remember this. Oh, wait a minute. Mike Lindell, please stand up, okay? I just saw him. Stand up. Forget about his pillows. He is the greatest purchase of advertising in the history of America. If he could buy my ads, I'd be blanketing the airwaves with it. Thank you, Mike. We love Mike. But in particular, Michigan was better off with Trump by a lot. You were doing great. Companies were moving back, and the car companies weren't moving out, and you weren't under a mandate to build all electric cars, which are going to all be made in China. It's just a question of a few years. For decades before I took office, Joe Biden and his cronies in Washington got rich by selling off Michigan jobs and selling out Detroit. That's what they did. That's why your car business is so far down. You used to have 100% of the car business. Now you're down probably 30% by comparison to what it was. Crooked Joe backed NAFTA, the worst trade deal we ever had. China's entry into the World Trade Organization, another disaster. The Trans-Pacific Partnership, he wanted that so badly, would have totally destroyed the state. The Paris Climate Accord, where we put up $1 trillion and nobody else puts up anything, one of the most unfair deals. Sounds good, but it was a disaster. And every other globalist disaster that sucked the life and wealth and blood out of our country, and that's what it was doing. But after decades of Joe Biden putting America last, Michigan finally got a president who put America first. That's what happened. That's what happened. I met a lot of people backstage just now, and they're all saying, sir, we were doing so much better 4 years ago. Everybody was. I stood up to the globalists. I stood up to the outsourcers, corporate lobbyists, and special interests. That's why they don't exactly love me, these people. And I live by the motto, promises made, promises kept. I kept all my promises, kept them all. In my first week in office, I terminated TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership. Would have destroyed your state, would have really destroyed trade in our country. And I withdrew from the Paris Accord. It was unfair, a disaster. And I ended NAFTA, worst trade deal, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada. In fact, that deal is so good and so good for the American auto worker that Canada and Mexico are trying to renegotiate it as we speak. They want to renegotiate it. Don't do it, Crooked Joe. Don't do it. You know, if they put up enough for him, he'll do it. I stood up to China like never before, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue when no other president had gotten 10 cents from China. Hundreds of billions. I imposed a 27.5% tariff on all Chinese automobiles, the only reason that we still have any auto industry left. If I didn't do that, you would have been wiped out by China completely. By the way, whoever heads the United Auto Workers is doing an absolutely terrible job. His name wouldn't be Sean Fain, would it, Sean Fain? Whoever this guy Sean Fain is, they ought to get him out because he sold the auto workers down the tubes. They were sold down the river. You won't have any. You're fired is right. Guy screams at you. Yeah, fired. How bad. He agreed to what Obama wanted to do. Under my leadership, we created 500,000 manufacturing jobs in 3 short years. Remember, Biden and Obama would go around saying, we can't manufacture here anymore. That's because we had stupid people leading our country. We lifted up all Americans, black, brown, white, and everybody else. Everyone was doing better. Everybody was doing great. But now, Crooked Joe is doing a hit on Michigan manufacturing in Detroit, the likes of which I have never seen before. You know, I got the Man of the Year in Michigan years ago, long before politics, like 12, 13 years ago. And I came up and I thought the speech was good. It turned out to be very controversial. I said, why are you allowing them to steal your jobs? Why are you doing it? They're coming in these countries and they're taking all your jobs. And right now, Mexico is building the biggest car plants anywhere in the world, and they want to sell the cars back into the United States. They're stealing your jobs. Who would allow that to happen? And you know who owns the car plants built in Mexico? China! Crazy. It's crazy. Who would believe it? Thank you. Thank you very much. Low IQ Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate will totally obliterate the U.S. auto industry. It won't take long. Just so you know, we have the greatest army tanks. I saved it in Ohio, a plant. When I was president-elect, they said, sir, they want to close the army tank plant. Makes the best tanks in the world. I visited in Lima, Ohio. And I saved it. I said, how can you do this? I looked, the complexity, you'd never be able to build a plant like this. Turned out we made more army tanks than anybody. They did a great job. But they want to make them now electric so that when you go into enemy territory and you obliterate the enemy and you knock down and those tanks are firing, you do it in a environmentally friendly way. The problem with the army tanks, like cars and like trucks, the problem is that you would have to bring a battery pack along. You're going to pull it like a little wagon, like a child pulls a wagon. So they want to build a army tank, but you know, the battery is very big and very heavy, much heavier than a thing called diesel, much heavier than diesel fuel. And to see this tank, it's like a wagon, and there's a big thing that it's pulling in the back. And even with that, it doesn't go far, and lots of bad things happen, like it doesn't take cold weather very well, and it's really bad in heat. But it is environmentally friendly, remember that. Of course, making it is an environmental disaster, so that more than makes up for it. And they want to have your jet fighters now. I got more planes. I rebuilt our entire military. They want to make your jet fighters use the fuel, environmentally friendly, but it makes the plane 18% less efficient. So that's the difference between in a fight with the enemy, winning and losing, a minor difference. But you go in again, they want to go in a clean environmental way as we bomb the shit out of a country. Can you believe that? Now, who are the people that are destroying? Who are the people that are destroying our country? Thank you very much. Thank you. I feel very young.
I feel very young. I don't know what it is, but I feel better than I did 30 years ago. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know. I feel very good. So we can't let these people destroy our country like this. I mean, they're going crazy. Today you read where they don't want to have any water in your dishwasher. So your dishwasher won't work. And they think that's good. So what you do is you keep having it go on and the electric bill is 10 times more than the water. And these are areas that have so much water, they don't know what to do with it. They're flooding. They're floodplains. They have so much water in many cases. No, we can't do that. You know, I ended that. I went to, in Ohio, a great company was going out of business because of dishwashers. They wouldn't give the water. You couldn't sell the product. And South Korea and China were dumping dishwashers in here for half the cost. They weren't as good. But half the cost, they weren't as good. And I went and I saved it. I put a 50% and 100% tariff on all of these dumped machines, and I saved that company. And then I said to the head of the company, who was great actually, called me, said, we don't know what to do. You can't, I mean, they're dumping this. They can't be, you know, they're losing a fortune, but it didn't matter because their governments were paying for it. He said, I don't know what to do. I said, it's okay. So I solved the one problem. They're not dumping. What's your next problem? They don't allow us to use water. We need more water. You can't wash dishes unless you have a certain amount of water. I said, how much do you need? We need just a little bit more. I said, I'll give you a lot more. I gave them a lot more. Now they want to end it again. You ever go into a new home where you have a shower where the water doesn't come out of the shower head? They put a restrictor on. I took all the restrictors off. I took them off. I've had the experience. I take a shower. I want that beautiful head of hair to be nice and wet. Lathered. I want it to be lathered beautifully. And I get this best stuff you can buy and I dump it all over. And then I turn on the water and the damn water drips out. Takes me. I can't get the stuff out of my hair. It's a horrible thing. No, it's terrible. Oh, you turn on the sink and the faucet. You turn it and no water, practically no water comes. So you leave your hands under there. You're trying to get water. Well, I revoked all of that stuff and they just put it back on. Isn't that terrible? And these are areas that have a lot of water where they don't know what to do with it. It goes out to sea. And we'll turn it back on the first day. We're going to do a lot of things on the first day. We're going to take care of a lot of problems. First day in office, we're going to close up the border. First day in office, we're going to drill, baby, drill. Thank you very much. Think of it. We built hundreds of miles of wall. It was so great. Mexico is not thrilled. To Mexico, I said, you got to take back the people you sent in. They said, no. I said, in fact, you have to do more than that. You sent so many people. You have to give us 28,000 soldiers. They said, no. Why would we do that? The president, who I liked, actually, he's a socialist, but we got along very well. I got along good with all of them, but that didn't mean they loved my policy. My policy was brutal. I mean, think of it. China never paid us 10 cents. I told you. Now they paid us hundreds of billions. You think, and I like President Xi, but you think he really likes me too much? In fact, Biden's having a hard time taking off the tariffs because it's so much money coming in. He doesn't know what to do. But he'll do what his communists tell him to do. But think of it. So Mexico said, no, we're not going to give you 28,000. I said, yes, you will, 100%. They said, we're not going to give you. Why would we do that? They laughed at me. They thought, what kind of a person is this that would ask for such a request? I said, no, you're going to give it 100%. And I had it out a little bit with the president. I said, listen, you and I are friends. Just send me a negotiator, please. And they sent a man, and you've heard this. I told it a couple of times. A handsome man from Mexico. tall, dark, and handsome. The most beautiful suit I've ever seen. And I wanted to ask him, who is your tailor? But I said, that's not a good way to start a negotiation. So I figured I wouldn't do that. I'd skip on his tailor. But I said, we want to give, and I said to the Secretary of State, and I said to people that work in the State Department, give me a best of list, 10 best of. I want your best of, the 10 things that you want. And they wrote 10 things down, and a woman from the State Department, a very nice woman, but a lousy negotiator, she said, sir, we've been asking for these things for 25 years. You'll never get them. I said, 100 I'll get them. She said, you won't, sir. I said, just sit back and watch. So this gentleman came in with a beautiful suit, handsome guy. And I said to him, I want 28,000 soldiers. I want a thing called Remain in Mexico, meaning everybody has to remain in Mexico. They can't come into our country until they're vetted and checked, which was very few people came in. We had the best border in history. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. But I said, I want 28,000. I want Remain in Mexico. Nobody in until they're vetted and checked. I want catch and releases. We catch and release, and then we release the people into our country. We say, come back in 5 years for a court case, but nobody ever comes back, except for the really nobody ever comes back. 7 other things that were worse. And I put the list before him, and he laughed at me. He laughed at me like I was a fool. He laughed at me. I said, do you think I'm a fool? No, sir, but these are foolish things you're asking for. He said, you're going to do it. No, I'm not. I said, you're going to do it 100%. You're sitting there, right? You're going to do it. And now he starts to get a little bit strange because he's saying, why does this guy have such confidence in this? And I said, you're going to do it? He goes, no way. And I said, way. Then I told him. I said, here's what's happening. If you don't, I have before me a document right here. It's right here. And I said, you don't do it. I'm signing this. This was a Friday afternoon. I said, on Monday morning, we're putting 25% tariffs on everything that comes in from Mexico, including all the cars that you stole from Mexico, all those newly manufactured Mexican cars that come in by the tens of thousands. And then you have 1 month, and it goes to 50%, then it goes to 75%, then it goes to 100, and I think I'll stop at 100. And that's many times more than the cost of 28,000 soldiers. And he said, sir, he couldn't breathe. I said, are you okay in that suit? The suit was getting very damp. I said, are you okay? He goes, by the way, I have to tell you a great word that I was going to use, but it's a curse word. And I was told by a great evangelical preacher just this week, sir, you tell the greatest stories, you're the greatest everything, but sir, please don't use foul language. And I said, sometimes you need foul language to tell a great story. Because there's no words like this. He said, sir, you don't. So I was going to use a really terrible word, but it's over in an instant. But the truth is, I think it does look worse. Look at all the media back there. I think it does look worse on television than it sounds in a room. So did you notice I had a blank space right there? I said, here's what you do. You go and tell me. He said, sir, may I take 5 minutes? I'd like to make a phone call back to Mexico. I said, absolutely. Say hello to the president, please. That's who you're calling, right? Yes, sir. How did you know? I said, please be quick because I have a very important appointment coming in. So he went out, came back very quickly. Sir, it would be my great honor to supply you with 28,000 soldiers of charge. It would be my great honor to create a new policy of stay in Mexico or remain in Mexico. And sir, it would be my great honor to have catch and release in Mexico as opposed to catch and release into the United States. And those other things, sir, we would like very much to do that also. By the way, the woman from the State Department, she almost had like a heart. She couldn't believe it. And she was a good woman. She was actually happy. A lot of them would be unhappy because, you know,
they would have been right about the point. She was actually happy. She couldn't believe it. I did many, many things like that. I did it with Macron. You saw Macron taking advantage of Biden just the last couple of days. He's looking at him like, how dumb is this guy? What the hell is... They're landing in a parachute, and he turns around not to watch the guy landing, but to watch a tree behind him. And the new and very respected leader of Italy, I didn't know who that was. A woman came up to him and spun him around like he was a top. He had no idea where the hell he was. He's watching a parachute land, and he turns around to look at trees. And I don't like to imitate anymore because the fake news is always putting it on. My wife, I told the story yesterday. I imitate him. He can never find the stairways off a stage. And we got them all over the place. They're over here. I have emergencies right there. You can't even see them, but I have stairs all over. It's almost impossible to find a stair. You can walk in any direction. And I imitated him. Getting lost. And do you ever notice he always goes like this? He makes a speech that lasts for about a minute and a half. People come to listen to him. You know how many people come? Like we have this massive room that's packed to the corners, and outside you got more people. Listen. He can't fill up the 8 circles. And I said, by the way, the 8 circles were meant for COVID. They're meant for COVID. You don't have to use them, but they use them as an excuse because nobody comes. So he's up. And he's before a tiny little crowd, 30, 40, 50 people. And the speech lasts for like a minute. And then he's looking for the exit, and he goes like this. He always does it. He points, and he's pointing in the right direction, and then he walks in a different direction. And I said to our great First Lady, I told her, we had a big crowd that evening. You know what? We had 107,000 people in New Jersey 2 weeks ago. 107,000 people. Matt Gaetz was there. We had 68,000 in Alabama, 73,000 in Texas. We have the biggest crowds in the history of politics. That tells you they like what we're saying. I called our First Lady. I said, how good was that speech? Was that brilliant? Was that unbelievable? Did you see the crowd, First Lady? This is the way you talk to a wife, right? I think. Did you see the crowd, First Lady? How good was that? Nobody else could get a crowd. In the history of politics, nobody ever had a crowd like that, First Lady. She goes, but your hair looked terrible. I said, what the hell? Or she'll say something even worse. Have you gained weight? You didn't look good. But this last time, it was like a fluke. She said the speech was unbelievable. Congratulations. But what happened? You couldn't find the stairs going off the stage? So I imitated him, and the fake news said I couldn't find the stairs. Do you believe it? I said, I had no problem, First Lady. She said, well, they showed you couldn't get off the stage. You were walking into a wall. You know, usually there's a wall behind. That's good enough. And I'll walk into it. Now I don't like to do it anymore because they show it too. No, that's an imitation of Biden. But thank God we have great Secret Service. They run up on the stage and they grab him and they throw him off. They get him off the stage. Upon my inauguration, we will throw out Bidenomics and replace it with Maganomics. MAGA. And in less than 4 years, Crooked Joe's inflation nightmare and energy price hikes, the likes of which we've never seen before, they've cost the typical American household $28,000. The monthly cost of a typical mortgage has doubled and tripled even. We had it at $2. Think of this. We were at 2.3%. And he's at probably 10%, but you can't get money. The numbers are crazy. The food numbers, the energy numbers. Yet Joe Biden has no plan. He's got absolutely no plan. He doesn't even know what the word inflation means. I don't think if you gave him a quiz, I think he should take a cognitive test like I did. I took a cognitive test and I aced it. Doc Ronnie Johnson, does everyone know Ronnie Johnson, congressman from Texas? He was the White House doctor. And he said I was the healthiest president he feels in history. So I liked him very much immediately. In fact, he said if I didn't eat junk food, I would live to 200. That's what he said. But I said, Ronnie, should I take a test? He said, well, you know, it's Walter Reed. It's sort of a public hospital. If you don't do well, they're going to find out about it. I said, well, you know, like I'm a smart person. How tough is it? He said, it gets very tough as you get to the middle of it. And I did something that he's never seen done. I aced it. I got every question right. I aced it in front of a lot of people. And I think presidents, you run for president. Now, I understand that it's not constitutional. Can you believe it's constitutional to have that test taken? So we have to live with guys like Biden. But you know what? I don't think we're going to live with them for long because I've never seen such enthusiasm. I've never seen anything. We won twice. And we never had anything like what's happening now. But I'll stop Joe Biden's inflation-causing spending spree and impose an immediate moratorium on all of Crooked Joe's hundreds of billions of dollars in waste. He's wasting money at levels never seen before. He's putting all this money into the Green New Scam. It's a scam, one of the greatest scams in history. Well, I think Zelensky is of any politician that's ever lived. Every time he comes to our country, he walks $60 billion. And I like him. You know, on the impeachment hoax #1, he was very good. He said, no, the president didn't threaten me at all. He could have been a grandstander and said, I was threatened, right? He could have said, I was threatened. So I like him. But he's the greatest salesman of all time. He walks in. So now here's the beauty. He just left 4 days ago with $60 billion, and he gets home, he announces that he needs another $60 billion. It never ends. It never ends. I will have that settled prior to taking the White House as president-elect. I will have that settled. Got to stop it. Would it never happen? To fight Joe Biden's inflation, I will stop the Biden migrant. This is a Biden migrant invasion. An estimated 50% of inflation has been caused by the soaring cost of housing, which is skyrocketing due to Joe Biden's tidal wave of illegal immigration and high interest rates. And they're putting these illegal aliens into luxury hotels as our great warriors lie on the streets. We have people that came into our country illegally, and they're living in hotels and even luxury hotels, and our veterans are lying in the streets. How sick is it? Sick. And by the way, when we ran the VA, we had a 92% approval rating, and we took it up from 41%, which I don't even think it was 41, and now it's back to where it was. So many of the things we did, they wanted to end. We took care of our veterans at a level that nobody's ever seen before. One thing we said, if you have to wait online, and I had to get this done through Congress, if you had to wait online for more than 1 day, you go out to a private doctor, get yourself better, or we pay the bill, right? That sounds sensible. People waiting for 3 months, for 4 months, for 2 weeks. Can you imagine you want to see a doctor, you really feel, and he says, good, come back in about a month and a half? People were becoming terminally ill that would have had a minor, they would have gotten a shot or they would have taken a pill. They were becoming terminally ill. Anybody waits more than 24 hours, you couldn't see a doctor. You go to a private doctor and we pay the bill. We had prices, we had schedules. The other thing we did is we had civil service, 9,000 people that were crooks and thugs and sadists, a lot of sadists. They enjoyed beating up our wounded warriors in less than prime time. You know, in prime time, they would have gotten the hell beat out of them, but our people were in bad shape.
beat them up. We had sadists. Can you believe this is a country? But it's the way it is. 9,000. I got approval. We 9,000 people and replaced them with good people. And we had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. But what makes you sick is to see what's happened with our soldiers, and you see others are being treated. How about they're given a cell phone? They're given all sorts of insurance. They're given hospitalization. And what it does is that people want to come into the country. Gavin Newsom, the governor of the great Gavin Newsom. No, Gavin Newsom said, come into the United States. We will provide you with hospitalization. We will provide you with education. They're actually taking the chairs of our students, sitting there with a language that we've never even heard about. You know, there are languages that we have nobody in our country that can even speak. There are a lot of languages out there. Now, he's destroyed California. If you listen to him on Sean Hannity, listen to him, and he talks like California. The people are leaving California. I hate to say that because I have property in California. Maybe I'm hurting the value of my property, but I have to tell you, he's destroying California. And he may be the next one up. He could be the next one up. I don't think so, though, because his record is so bad. But something's happening, I do believe, because I can't believe that this gentleman is going to be allowed to run for office. And if he is, we have to have the greatest victory. We're going to take back our country. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let it happen. Think of this. A week ago, I woke up and I heard that Russia has nuclear-powered submarines in Cuba. That's 60 miles off the coast of Florida. And they have what you call destroyers, very destructive ships, actually, missile-carrying ships, numerous of them in Cuba. Now, that's a total lack of respect. And because the fake news is so fake, they don't want to report it. Because when you think about how bad that is, Putin would never have done that with me. He never would have gone into Ukraine with me. He just wouldn't have done it. And of course, when the oil price hit over $100 a barrel, that gave him the right to do it also. He's the only one made money prosecuting a war. But all of those things would have happened. You would have never had October 7th in Israel. You would have never had that. There was no attack because Iran was broke. When Trump was president, Iran was broke. I told China, you can't buy. I told other countries, you can't buy the oil. Iran was broke. They were ready to make a deal. We would have made a deal. We would have been very fair. We would have made a deal. And now Iran is rich as hell. They have $250 billion, which they made over the last 3.5 years. They're a rich country now. It's unbelievable. They could have made a deal. We could have had a deal. If that election wasn't rigged and stolen, we would have had a deal with Iran the first week after the election. Instead, we have a very hostile country that wants nuclear weapons. Can't let that happen. We just gave $6 billion to Iran for 5 hostages. You saw that. $6 billion. $6 billion. And once you do that, then all of a sudden lots of other people are going to go missing because it's crazy. Think of it. $6 billion for 5 people. It's unbelievable. We will make the Trump tax cuts permanent and cut taxes more for working families and small businesses. You know, it's interesting. We cut taxes, the biggest tax cuts in history, bigger than Reagan. Because Reagan had big tax cuts, we had bigger than Reagan. So the rates were cut way down for business, down 21% from, including state and city and everything. Many companies were paying much more than 50. So they were cut way down, 21%. In fact, I'd like to bring them down further, and for the middle class, bring them down even more. They're going to let them expire. They're going to give you the biggest tax increase you've ever had, ever, by 4 times. But the amazing thing is we cut the rates way down, and we took in more money than we ever took out before. Lower rate, the incentive was great. People were doing things, businesses were thriving. So with a much lower rate, we took in more revenue than we ever took in before. It's an amazing number, right? Who would think? As part of tax cuts, I have announced that I will eliminate taxes on tips for restaurant workers and hospitality workers and anyone else relying on tips. No more taxes on tips. No taxes on tips. None. None. In fact, on your receipt, when you get your receipt for a restaurant, you know who sent me one? Kid Rock. How good is Kid Rock? Isn't he great? But he sent me a receipt. And he wrote on the receipt, vote for Trump and you won't pay taxes on tips. He wrote that on the receipt. I said, that's very smart. That's very smart. Smart guy. So for restaurant workers, for hotel workers, for caddies, for car people, it's a lot. But anybody receiving tips, there's no more tax on tips. And I think that's going to be a great thing. You know, they earned it. A lot of people don't get tips. You don't like the service, you don't give them anything, right? You don't like the service, but somebody does a good job, they're supposed to pay tax on it. No, so we're ending that immediately, effective immediately when we get in. As we rescue our economy, we'll also seal the border and send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home. We have no choice. It's not sustainable by anybody. We have no choice. Less than 4 years ago, I handed crooked Joe Biden the strongest, most secure border in U.S. history. We built 571 miles of border wall. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud like nobody's ever thought even imaginable. We had to remain in Mexico, State Third agreements and Title 42 all done and all agreed by Mexico. You think that was easy? It wasn't easy. It was nasty, actually. We paid nothing for it. Nothing. Just like we gave Macron nothing, I was going to say. He was going to put a 25% tax on everything, anybody doing business in France. I said, you can't do it. He said, oh, Donald, we would love to do this. It was passed by our legislature and our parliament, or whatever the hell he calls it. And I said, no. Gave it to Merchant and some people. I said, go deal with France. Tell them they're not going to do it. And they came back. They couldn't make the deal. And then they came back again. I said, you have one more day, make the deal. They couldn't make the deal. I called up Macron. I said, Emmanuel, how are you? How are you, Emmanuel? You saw the way he was toying with Biden 2 days ago. He was toying with Biden. Got Biden to sign things. I can't even believe it, what they're signing away. But he was toying with him. And I said to him, listen, Emmanuel, if you don't drop that tax immediately, no, I cannot do that. I said, yes, you can. If you don't tax it immediately, all wine, every bit of wine, every bottle of wine and champagne that you send into the United States, we're putting a 100% tariff on that wine or champagne. We don't want your wine and champagne. We make great stuff over here. And he said, Donald, that is not fair. I said, yeah, it's not fair to charge American companies 25%. I got to stick up for the companies. They're our job producer. He said, that is not fair. I said, Emmanuel, you have 24 hours to tell me. 10 minutes would be better. He calls me up 5 minutes later. Donald, we have to terminate the 25% tax on America. I do things like this. You have no idea how many deals you could make on a phone. I don't even have to spend. How about Mrs. Biden and Joe Biden? They're back and forth like it's a taxi cab from Europe. They come back. Let's go to the trial for a day. Back, forth. On Air Force One, like it's a taxi cab. It's not a taxi cab. It's serious stuff. But that's endemic of where they come with the country and how they run the country. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They really don't know what the hell they're doing. The entire world is emptying out their prisons and jails, their insane asylums, their mental institution, and our country's being turned into a dumping ground, and the entire world is laughing at us. They say, how stupid are the leaders of America? And they are stupid. Earlier this week, ICE arrested not one, not two, but 8 suspected terrorists. They're pouring in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we're going to pay a big price. We got to get them out fast. One of the first things I'm doing, we're getting them out fast.
According to reports, many of these terrorist savages entered through Joe Biden's open border, and Crooked Joe released them immediately to the United States. He set them loose to spread their terror network all across America. Biden, there has been this is, by the way, Border Patrol. This isn't me. Somebody would say, oh, that's Trump. This is Border Patrol. There has been a 3,000% increase in the number of people on the terror watch list crossing the southern border. 3,000%. 3,000%. The choice for every voter this November is clear. You can have a president who lets thousands of radical Islamic terrorists into our country, or you can have a president who throws radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country and gets them out fast. Right? Crazy. On day one of my new administration, we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history. We have no choice. This is not sustainable. Thank you. And it doesn't make me happy to say that either. And you know what's going to happen. We'll get 10 terrorists and one woman with 2 children that are beautiful children and everything, and that'll be the front page of every newspaper. It's never an easy thing to do, but we have no choice. Dwight Eisenhower, which people don't think of him in these terms, had the largest deportation effort by far in the history of our country because he said, they're destroying our country, we can't let this happen. That was Dwight D. Eisenhower, president, much stronger president than people give him credit for. But we're going to have no question, we're going to have no problem. You know, they wouldn't take, as you know, we have MS-13, the worst killers of any gang anywhere in the world, and they were coming into our country, and I said, I want to bring them back to their country because put them in our jails. It's so expensive and everything. They killed 2 girls in Long Island. They sliced the knife. They didn't want a gun. They didn't want to use a gun. They sliced them up with a knife. 2 young high school girls walking to school. They killed them, sliced them into pieces with a knife. They're animals. And Nancy Pelosi said, we shouldn't call them animals. These are human beings. They're not human beings. These are animals. They sliced them up with a knife. And by the way, ICE and Border Patrol, you know, and this was in Long Island, ICE. For some reason, they like Long Island. But ICE came in, and these are great patriots. These are tough cookies. I know some of my friends up here in the front rows. They're tough, but they're not doing the ICE. They're not doing that. And you'll see ICE come in, and they'll run into what they call a pack of MS-13 tough guys. And you'll see for 2 minutes fists are flying and everything's flying. Who the hell wants to do that? Matt Gaetz wouldn't do it. Byron wouldn't do it. Byron's tough. He wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I think Mike Lindell might do it. I don't know. He may be the only one. He may be the only one. I wouldn't do it. And they go in there, the hands are flying, and then they grab them. They're gaga. They're all knocked out, and they put them in paddy wagons. But my people told me that we couldn't get them back into their country. So Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, they come from countries just beyond Mexico, from Mexico actually, but the countries won't take. They clogged up the runway so that a plane can't land. They blocked all the roads so the buses couldn't get in. And the generals came to me, sir, we have a problem. We have them all, but we can't get in. We haven't been able to get them back in for many, many years. Obama mission, they could never get them in. That was Obama-Biden. Biden didn't have a clue then either, by the way. We cannot get them in, sir. I said, really? How much money do we pay them for their economic development stuff? See, I was going to use another word there, but I can't do it because of the man that I so much. You know who it is? Franklin Graham. I can say that. Who's a great guy. He wrote me a note. President, you don't have to use language. You just don't have to use foul language. Your stories are so great. Crowds are the biggest crowd.
ever assembled. Nobody's ever done this. You don't need foul language. I said, sometimes you do. I said, you don't, sir. Today for Franklin Graham. And I say that these stories lose 10.2% effectiveness. But I do it for Franklin Graham because he's a great guy, and those are great people. They're great people, what they do. The pastors, the preachers, the rabbis, a lot of great people. We have a lot of great people, so I'm doing that. I said, you know, maybe he's right, but think of it. So bring these people out, and they can't get them back into their country. So I said, call the presidents of those 3 countries, inform them immediately. They get $750 million from the stupid United States. Inform them that we're not paying them any longer because they didn't fulfill all of the obligations under the agreement. Namely, they're sending a lot of, they send them because they don't want them in their country because they're smart. And you know what? If it was me running those countries, I would have done it faster than them. Why wouldn't you do it? I would have cleaned out prisons. They've only gone down 50, 60, 70%. Venezuela, crime is down 72% because they've taken all of their criminals, most of them, and they've sent them in. They'll have the rest of them in within a year. I would have done it much faster if I were them. I would have done it much faster. I said, tell these countries that we're no longer paying them $750 million. And they did. And the next morning I get to the office early, 7:30. I get 3 calls separately but simultaneously. Mr. President, may we speak to you? I would like to speak. I don't understand. There must be some miscommunication. You stop payment on all of the money you send us. But I ask why? Because you're not taking your criminals that you sent to us. They send them. By the way, they send them. You're not taking them back. Oh, sir, we would be delighted to take them back. It would be our great honor to take back 400 MS-13 Savages. It would be our great honor. Sir, please send them back. We would love to take. We can fly them in. We'll send airplanes. Ay, ay, ay. For years, they weren't able to do it. You know that, Matt Gaetz? They weren't able to get it. I said, we're not going to pay them anymore. As soon as I said that, they all called at the same time. I spoke to them separately. It was like the same conversation. We would be delighted to take them back. And that was the end of that. We sent out thousands of MS-13 back to their country. But it's out of control now because whatever we sent back, they're coming back in at levels that nobody's ever seen. I won in 2016 because of the border. We had a really bad border, but that border was nothing compared to what we have now. It was peanuts. It was nothing. It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them, and they know it. And it was just announced that they withdrew the lawsuit, the laptop from hell lawsuit, right? The fake. Remember where they said it was Russian disinformation? It wasn't. They withdrew their lawsuit against the greatest mayor in the history of New York City, Giuliani, which accused him of everything under the sun regarding the laptop from hell. They withdrew it on the basis that everything that he said was true. For years, he's been fighting for himself. Everything Rudy Giuliani said was true. It was not from Russia. It had nothing to do with Russia. It only had to do with Hunter. Think of that. They try and destroy people. But think of that. It wasn't Russian disinformation. It was a made-up story for election interference purposes, and I assume we're going to be talking about that at the debate. Is anybody going to be watching the debate in this room? You know, they gave me an offer that I couldn't accept. They said it's fake Tapper is the moderator. They said it's a sit down. It's a very sterile room. Nobody in. Nobody allowed in. Nobody allowed, not even your family. Nobody allowed in. There'll be no audience whatsoever. and they turn off your mics when you finish speaking. They're trying to make this very exciting, right? They turn off your mics so that you can't talk while the other man is talking, but maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's positive. Let him talk. But so they assumed that I would say no because, you know, you got CNN, fake news, which their camera just went off. Look, their camera just, the light just went off. The CNN. Their light just went off. I their light all the time. If I mention anything about voter fraud, they turn their light off because they know it's true. It's unbelievable. No, their light just went off. I can't believe I got about a minute and a half. The cameraman is toast. He's going to be fired immediately. But they gave me, it's like the mob. They gave me an offer I couldn't accept. I said, I accept. Because we want to get him to a debate. Because here's what happened. They made an offer that was so ridiculous, and they knew I was going to say no. And then they could go, they say, Biden wanted to debate, but Trump refused to debate, right? But Trump refused to debate. He wouldn't do it. But I said yes, and now they don't know what the hell to do. But remember this. All of their persecution of me and others is only happening because I'm running for president and leading very big in the polls. And since the rigged trial in New York, my numbers have increased substantially. And fundraising, by the way, is, I believe, the highest numbers in the history of politics, just like these crowds. Because you know what? The people of our country know, they know it, they watch it, they see it's fake, it's rigged. There was no crime. The greatest legal minds in the country, Alan Dershowitz, Andy McCarthy, Greg Jarrett, all of them, great. These are great legal minds, all of them, every single one of them. Greg Jarrett wrote the most beautiful report. Every single one of these legal minds, I have 15 of them. Not one of them. Jonathan Turley has been unbelievable. Great. Very talented guy. The great one. You know who the great one is? Mark Levin. Mark Levin. Mark Levin came out. He said, this is the most horrible thing. They all come out and said, there's no crime, there's no trial, this trial shouldn't be had, etc., etc. And then I couldn't defend myself because I got a gag order. This is the first time in history a president, a former president, and now the guy that beat all the Republicans in a record fashion, faster than anybody has ever done it. And now the candidate, Republican candidate, big deal, Republican candidate, that's big stuff. The President of the United States has a gag order where I'm not allowed to speak because the judge doesn't want the truth to come out. And he knows I'm the one that when I talk, they listen, people have listened. And that's why the polls went higher. I'm the only one in history who got indicted and my numbers went up. I'm the only one in history who got impeached and my numbers went up. There's never been another candidate in history. When you get indicted or you get impeached, the following events take place. You call for a microphone immediately. Please set up a microphone. Could you do it like quickly? Yes, sir. He then gets to the microphone. He goes, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great honor to serve you. But I will be leaving office. I have to be careful because they'll put this on as though I'm saying it. So I have to intersperse it with statements like, this is just sarcasm. But they get up to a microphone and they say, I'll be leaving office now. I will fight for my name and reputation. And I will bond and get closer to my family. And you never hear from the poor guy again. That's the end of him, right, Mike? That's the end of I've seen it about 200 times. I'm the only one that told the truth. I'm the only one that explained it. And I didn't have to because the people knew it. And they know me so well. They know me so well. They get it. I got indicted. more than the legendary Alphonse Capone. Has anyone heard of Alphonse Capone? Scarface. He was so mean that if he had dinner with a person and if he didn't like him, he would kill the person. They would never find him again. Like Mike Lindell, he wouldn't like Mike. Because, you know why? He'd say, those ads, they are driving me crazy. Let's get rid of this guy. He couldn't stand those ads. Al Capone would take Mike out in 2 minutes. Mike's beautiful new wife would say, what the hell happened to my husband? You'd never be found. He'd be buried under the World Trade Center. But think of it, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was the meanest of them all. He had a scar that went from here to here. Scarface, the meanest, the toughest. I got indicted more than he did, and I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Even these great scholars, Jonathan Turley said there is no crime. Andy McCarthy said there is no crime. There's no crime. There was no crime. It's a rigged deal. We have a rigged country. We have rigged elections. We have open borders. Think of it. And the court system now is under siege. It's under siege. We have a lot of problems in this country. On top of that, we could end up in World War III because we have an incompetent leader that should never have been there. He's an incompetent man. As of today, we're leading Biden nationally and in every single battleground state, including the wonderful state of Michigan. Have you heard of Michigan? Did you ever hear Biden get up and give the wrong state? This happened. If that ever happened to me, it would be the end of my political career. I always be very careful. Like the wonderful state of Michigan, supposedly went. So he's in Florida, and he goes, "It's great to be with the people of Iowa." Iowa, the palm trees. The palm trees are all over. Iowa's not known for palm. I mean, he got Idaho and Iowa mixed up, and that you can sort of understand. Of course, potatoes are different than corn. But that, Idaho, it's great to be in Idaho. No, sir, you're in Iowa. He got New Hampshire mixed up with Massachusetts. But maybe you can understand, he thought he was, he thought he was across the line. But can you imagine if I did that? So when I say, it's great to be in the wonderful state of, and I always think, I say, I better get this sucker right. I'm thinking about it. Long before I make the statement, I'm thinking about, we sure this is Michigan? You're sure? Now the fake news will report tonight, Donald Trump wasn't sure that he was in Michigan. And only the people in this room will understand how dishonest they are. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. I will tell you, 2016 was that the coolest evening maybe in history? Maybe. The only thing that's going to blow it away will be November 5th. If we win on November 5th, I think it'll be the greatest political event in history. I actually think a victory on November 5th, which actually starts much earlier. Remember, Pennsylvania, September 22nd. North Carolina, September 6th. They start earlier. You know, it's sad when you have to go months early. It's crazy. What are they doing with all these votes? What are they doing? But Michael Whatley's doing a fantastic job, along with Lara, doing a fantastic job at the RNC. I said, we don't need votes. And Charlie Kirk is helping. He's got his army of young people. These are young patriots. These are young patriots. They don't want to see happen what's been happening in our country. Thank you, Charlie. Well, thank you, Charlie. And I said to Charlie, and I said to Michael, I said to everyone, listen, we don't need votes. We got more votes than anybody's ever had. We need to watch the vote. We need to guard the vote. We need to stop the steal. We don't need votes. We have to stop. Focus. Don't worry about votes. We got all the votes. I was in Florida yesterday. Every house has a Trump sign. Trump, 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 Trump. We have to guard the vote. When that vote comes in, from the moment they say they're going to sign, you know, these mail-in ballots are treacherous. They're treacherous. These boxes, these lock boxes are horrible, horrible, and we'll change it, but we have to win the election in order to change it. What they're doing, they have these boxes all over the place. People are walking up. Who the hell knows what they're doing? It's a horrible thing to watch. It's a horrible thing to watch. You know, when you have a real election and you walk in and they look at you and they check your photograph and they do you can't do much. But we have, like in the state of California, they send out 38 million ballots. Who the hell knows where they're going? They do. They go to a lot of Democrat neighborhoods. And you're told you can't win. I go to California, we have 100,000 people show up. I said, why are we losing California? We don't know. Why would we lose it? It's so corrupt, the whole election process. And what we want to do is we ultimately want to go to paper ballots, voter ID, one-day voting. And we want to make sure you're a citizen of this country. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor because I'm being indicted for you. Thank you very much. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because, quite simply, I will never let them take away your freedom, and I won't. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just standing in their way, and I always will. From the very first day that it's we, not me, it's we, that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. We're going to get it settled and stop the death. Under my leadership, we had no new wars. Hillary Clinton, she used to say, look at him, listen to him, he's going to start wars. No, I stopped wars. We defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate. We brought our troops back home. I had no new wars. I started no wars, first time in 78 years. Instead of a globalist warmonger, and that's what you have. In the White House, you finally had a peacemaker at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. These terrible wars, these horrible wars that were started, they never end. We call them the endless battles. Biden's weakness and failure are putting us in grave danger. As president, I will restore peace through strength. In my next term, we will build a great iron dome over our country like Israel has. A dome like has never been seen before, a state-of-the-art missile defense shield that will be entirely built in America and create jobs, jobs, jobs. It will be the greatest dome anywhere in the world. Israel has a dome. Why shouldn't we have a dome? We're going to have the greatest and most sophisticated. And by the way, Ronald Reagan wanted a dome. He was right, but the technology wasn't anywhere near that. You could never have done it then. Today we have technology. Look at Israel the other day. 300 missiles shot, and everyone but one was knocked out of the air. 300. To further secure America's future and create opportunity for young people, I will end Joe Biden's war on crypto, and we will ensure that the future of crypto and Bitcoin will be made in America. If we don't do it, China will. If we don't do it, other countries will. I will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors. And you know, your Social Security and Medicare are under siege because of the people coming over the border. And the people coming over the border, all those millions of people, they're inflicting tremendous harm to our black population and to our Hispanic population. Those people are suffering because their jobs are being taken, their hospitals are being taken, their schools are being taken. They're the ones that suffer most. You know who else suffers? Unions. No union's going to be able to be sustained like this. We will end the weaponization of our government. We will bring back law and order to our country. We will take care of our police officers and our great law enforcement. Joe Biden is out the other day trying to claim that crime is down, but actually crime is way up. They don't report crime properly anymore, as you probably have heard. Crooked Joe is citing statistics that no longer include data from 30% of the country, including the biggest and most violent cities. Oh, I see. That's nice. Meanwhile, Joe Biden still supports no cash bail and sanctuary cities. I'm probably the only one that has to pay bail. Think of it. I'm the only one, I think. He's responsible for the deaths of countless African Americans from crime, and he also devastated black families in 1994 with the crime bill. Super predators, remember? That was Joe Biden came up with that. Super predators. The black people have to remember when they go to vote. That was 1994 crime bill. Super predators, Joe Biden. When I'm president, we will end sanctuary cities. We will once again support our police. We will be going and rebuilding our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they ever have been before. We will take over our horribly run capital in Washington, D.C. We will clean it up, renovate it, rebuild our capital city that no longer will we allow it to be a nightmare of murder and crime. It's a nightmare of murder and crime in our capital. You leave Michigan, you want to go see the Washington Monument, the Jefferson Memorial. You want to see something in Washington, you end up getting killed. You end up getting shot, beat to a pulp. But our capital will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world, and it will be safe from crime. We owe that to our country. And we will replace the people that are running our capital, who are running it into the ground, who, by the way, were offered 10,000 soldiers or National Guard on January 6th, along with Nancy Pelosi. Oh, did you see Nancy Pelosi? Her daughter's in trouble. Her daughter is a semi-professional photojournalist, as she calls herself. And she has Nancy on tape saying it was Nancy's responsibility to secure the Capitol. I hope the congressmen and women remember that little tape that was released 2 days ago, because the fake news doesn't want to talk about it very much. She took full responsibility for it. She's angry as hell at her daughter. She may cut her daughter off from all of the millions and millions of dollars that she scammed as a congressperson. Think of it. She has better returns on her money than the smartest people in the history of Wall Street. Look at that. I wonder how she did that. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports. And I will fully uphold our great Second Amendment. NRA endorsed me, gave me their full endorsement. Thank you to the NRA. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore a thing called free speech. It's being taken away from us by these radical thugs. And I will secure our elections at a level never seen before. And as I said, our goal will be
one-day voting, paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. But we have to win. Republicans have to win. We want a landslide that is too big to rig. Remember that, too big to rig. How do you win it? There's a point at which they can't cheat. We want a landslide that is too big to rig. You know, we're leading in places that we've never led for 40, 50 years. Minnesota, we're leading by 2. We're leading in Virginia. We're leading in a lot of states that were not states that people even think about. No, we want a landslide. Remember the term, too big to rig. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. Take the 10 worst, add them up. He's worse than the 10 worst put together. The only good thing is Jimmy Carter is happy because his presidency was brilliant by comparison to Biden. So if you want to save America, I'm asking everybody to go out and, quote, swampthevoteusa.com to make a plan to vote either by mail or early in person or on election day. Get out and vote and watch your vote. If you want to volunteer to help us turn out voters in your neighborhood, sign up. Get trained at TrumpForce47.com. You got to watch your vote because they destroy votes. They terminate your vote. They do all sorts of things. Watch your vote. You can do it. In conclusion, from Marquette to Midland, from Lansing to Flint, and from Grand Rapids to right here in Detroit, we stand on the shoulders of red-blooded Michigan patriots who laid the railroads, worked the factories, tilled the fields, forged the steel, fought the battles and won the victories that built the Motor City and made America into the greatest and most powerful nation in the history of the world. And we're going to bring back your auto industry at a level greater than it was 30 years ago. But now we are a nation in serious decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and strength. We are a nation that has quite simply lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. With the right leadership, every disaster Joe Biden has created can be fixed and can be fixed quickly. Every problem can be solved and every wrong can be rectified, and we will do it all so fast. You will be so proud of your country again. You will walk outside and your chest will be out there. You will be having that beautiful red hat. We have everybody with that beautiful, beautiful red hat that says, "Make America Great Again." We love it. By this time next year, America's borders will be shut, sealed, and secure. And again, people will come into our country, but they'll come in legally. They're going to come in legally. And by this time next year, inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. Optimism will be surging. American pride will be soaring. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, will be a fading, horrible memory of the past. And our great silent majority and the once forgotten men and women of our country will be the ones shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States. Thank you. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of America. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Michigan. God bless you. Thank you very much. God bless you. Wow. It's not too hot out here, right? You know, it's not bad. I heard it was going to be terrible. I heard it was going to be so hot. Did you see we put out a notice saying, don't come? So only 20,000 people showed up. There's never been anything like this, but it's great to be back in the beautiful state. You know the state. We love it. And you always have to say it correctly. Nevada, you got to call it Nevada. With thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, and that's what you are. With your help, we're going to win Nevada. We're going to defeat your Biden-loving radical left Senator Jackie Rosen, who's terrible. By the way, she's a terrible senator. We're going to knock off the Biden crime family as a Biden family of crime, including the fact that they've weaponized the Department of Justice like has never happened in this country. We're going to end the weak and failed regime of crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, and we're going to make America great again. For 3.5 years, the people of Nevada have had a front row seat to Joe Biden's evil and criminal obliteration of our southern border. It was criminal what he's done. Did you see the other day, came out with a little plan? Let's make it a little bit tougher because he's getting killed in the poll. We're leading here by like 12 points, you know that. All we have to do is stop the steal, and we have it made. Just stop the steal. We can't let that happen again. Last week, Crooked Joe signed an executive order that is pro-invasion, pro-child trafficking, pro-woman trafficking, pro-human trafficking, and pro-drug dealers. It's a pro-drug dealer bill. It's weak. It's ineffective. It's bullshit what he signed. That's turning out to be like a deplorable. Remember deplorable when Hillary said deplorable? She said deplorable, and that was not good. That was not a good word to use. This word seems to be catching on a little bit, but in a much more positive way than deplorable. That was not good. She actually said deplorable and irredeemable. Do you remember? And I heard it. And I said, wow, that irredeemable is really a bad word, and it didn't catch on. What caught on was deplorable. So what the hell do I know about politics, right? Millions of people will continue pouring in, and they're coming right through the border like they have never come through before. What he signed means nothing. In fact, it makes it easier. In my opinion, it opens the border still further. We have people coming into our country. We're going to end up making, and I say this and I say it all the time, November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. If Joe Biden truly wanted to sign an executive order to stop the invasion, right now, all he needs to do is say, I hereby immediately reinstate every single border policy of a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. You know, he doesn't need anything. He could have done this. He's a little late, by the way. Number one, he's late. Number two, it's meaningless what he signed. It's just a PR ploy, as usual. It's disinformation, misinformation, talk. They talk as our country goes down the tubes. Less than 4 years ago, I handed Crooked Joe the strongest, most secure border in the history of our country. We never had a border like that. We built 571 miles of border wall. It was unbelievable. We ended all catch and release. We had the remain in Mexico, safe third country. And then we had also Title 42. You remember, everything was so good. If this guy just, you know, he goes to the beach all the time, somebody thinks he looks good in a bathing suit. I don't think so. And he has that little chair that weighs about like 7 ounces. It's meant so children can lift it and very old people can lift it. And you know what? He's not old. He's incompetent. He's not old. He's not old. I know people that are 88, 89, 92. A man named Bernie Marcus, founder of Home Depot. Bernie Marcus is 95, I think. And he's 100, you talk to him, he's 100% sharp. This guy, there's just something missing. And there always has been, by the way. He always had the worst and dumbest foreign policy. There always has been. Under the Trump administration, if you crossed our border illegally, we caught you and we brought you back. We took you back from where you came. It was very simple. We had the greatest, think of it. All he had to do is leave my people in place, leave everybody in place, and he wouldn't be going through this right now. I think it's one of his many big problems. I think the Afghan situation was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, actually. He has a lot of bad days. I could name them, but we don't have enough time. We only have a few hours. We don't have enough time. And now, by the way, it's 110, but it doesn't feel it to me, right? So we'll stay out here for a little while. If anybody gets tired, you'll let me know. And if anybody goes down, if you start going down, we have people, they'll pick you up right away. They'll throw water. You know, they were so worried. Everybody was so worried yesterday about you. And they never mentioned me. I'm up here sweating like a dog. Secret Service said, we have to make sure everyone's safe. I said, what about me? Oh, we never thought of that. They don't think about me. I'm working my ass off. I'm working hard. This is hard work. Front row Joe. Front row Joe. Under Biden, the invasion is just a disaster what's happened. It's never happened like this. In less than 4 years, Crooked Joe has imported more illegal aliens into our country than at any other time in the history of our country, times maybe 50. There's never been anything like this happening to our country. They're changing the fabric of our country. They're destroying our country. They're doing things that are unthinkable. This open border, so many bad things, but this open border situation where you're allowing millions and millions of people to flood our country, we can't handle it. No country could handle it. It's not sustainable. The entire world is emptying their prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions. They're emptying them out into your state, but they're emptying out into all 50 states. They're coming in, and there's no such thing as a border state anymore. That border is so meaningless. They just walk right through. They go right through the so-called border states, and they end up in Iowa. They end up in Idaho. Remember when Joe said it's great to be in Idaho, and he was in Iowa? He always does that. If I ever did that, it would be over. They'd say that's the end of his political career. He's cognitively impaired. No. You know, I had a second test. I aced it. I aced both of them. Not easy to ace. Biden should have a cognitive test, number one. They say it's unconstitutional. That's a good excuse. He should have a cognitive test, and before the debate in 2 weeks, he should take a drug test, because I'm willing to take one. So Nevada's being turned into a dumping ground, and you are. The whole country is being turned into an absolute dumping ground for what's happening. In Venezuela, here's a statistic that's a terrible statistic. So countries are dumping all of their criminals into our country, right? And also some people that are not criminals but are not productive. They're not going to be productive. They're not exactly going to make America great again. And they're coming in here in huge waves in the caravans, a name I think I came up with. I came up with a lot of good names, like Crooked Joe. Used to be Crooked Hillary. I took it off. Now we call her Beautiful Hillary because we don't care anymore about that. We call it, because what was better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Well, okay, let's have a poll. I'll change it. He's both. He's both. He's crooked. Okay, wait. We'll do a poll. We'll go Sleepy first, and then we'll go crooked. Which is a better name for Joe Biden? Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? So in Venezuela, they took all of their criminals, a very heavily crime-ridden country. They took all of their criminals and they dumped them into a place called the United States of America. They're down to about 40% left, and they're all coming. I can't believe it took them so long. If I were the heads of one of the many, and this is happening all over the world, if I were the heads of one of the countries, I would have been totally 100% by now. Their crime rate, they just announced, is down 72%. So their crime. So next year what we'll do is we'll meet in Venezuela because it's going to be a lot safer. Unless one thing happens, unless you make me president, in which case we'll be very safe. So last year, it's terrible. You know, this is as far as the, look at all the fake news back there. Look at all the fake news. They are fake. They are fake. Did you see Biden yesterday in Normandy, and he was in France? He embarrassed us so badly, right? Does everyone know that? He embarrassed us so badly, it was terrible. It's just terrible. This is not a representative for what used to be the greatest country. This country is really, we are a nation in major decline, and we're going to stop it immediately. Last year, a father from Pasadena, Texas, came home from work to find that his 11-year-old daughter was strangled to death. She had been sexually assaulted, and her body had been stuffed into a trash bag, thrown in a hamper. He came home to find this, put under the bed, found his daughter. They were looking for his daughter. Everyone was looking. She was dead under a bed, cut up. Charged with the murder was an illegal alien monster who had just infiltrated our border, released by Crooked Joe Biden. Came in through the Biden administration. You know, it was very hard to get in through the Trump administration. I mean, you're never going to have it perfect, but we had it about as close as you're going to get. We had the best border in the history of our country. We had the least drugs coming in over 34 years. And now the drugs are pouring into our country. But they let this monster loose to prey on innocent children. He'll probably have a lawyer. He'll get out. Other people don't get out. They indict guys like Trump for what? The election was rigged. The election was a rigged election. Oh, let's indict him for saying that. Whereas you got guys like this. You got guys that kill people, and they're fine. They're just fine. Now, we're screwed up as a country, and we're going to unscrew it very quickly. It's going to take place very quickly. And then you had the horrific case of Laken Riley. I got to know the parents well, the family well. The young nursing student, top of her class. She was from Georgia, and she was savagely beaten, horribly beaten, killed. And Joe set loose this monster into our country, wouldn't have come into the country under us. And then on top of everything else,
When I met the family, they were so beautiful, so incredible. And Joe Biden couldn't pronounce her name. He talked about her in Congress, and he was only forced to talk about her, but he apologized to her killer for calling him illegal. He called him an illegal alien, and everybody got angry at him, so he started apologizing, not to the family of Lake and Riley, but he apologized to the killer because he called him a killer. This is where we are. Under the Trump administration, we will not be apologizing for all of these people that are coming in illegally, because there won't be many people that come in illegally anymore. They'll come in, but they'll come in legally. You'll be able to hire them, and you'll be able to work with them. But we want people to come into our country. They have to come in legally, okay? So, with his border nightmare, Joe Biden is also waging an all-out war on the workers of America, especially African Americans and Hispanic Americans and African Americans are the suffering most with this incredible illegal alien group that's coming in and staying at our luxury hotels. And you know, they're being put up in hotels. Some of them are luxury hotels. And by the way, just in case you're wondering, I got no teleprompters, and I haven't from the beginning. These people. That probably means we'll make a better speech. No, I got no teleprompter. You know, I pay all this money to teleprompter people, and I'd say 20% of the time they don't work. They don't work. The thing's waving around. They can't tie it a little bit tighter. I'm trying to look at. So we're all in this together, everybody. We're all in this together. Just a mess. I had one in Ohio where it was, we had 45-mile-an-hour winds. You were there. This is a front row Joe. He's at everyone. This guy, wouldn't it be incredible? He's gone to 250 if he voted for Biden. He's going to vote for Biden. I don't think so. I think it would be suicide before Biden, right? And then we have the wall. We call him the human wall. He's been here so much. And these are great Americans, you know. They're great, great Americans. But we had one in Ohio where that teleprompter was like the sail on a sailing boat. We had 50-mile-an-hour winds, almost 50. And Bernie Moreno, I had to go up and do it for Bernie. And before I started my speech, as I was walking off, as I'm coming down the runway, walking off the runway onto the stage, the teleprompters got blown to pieces. We had 60,000 people, and I was standing up there all by myself. And I said, we got a problem. I got no teleprompter, I got no notes, and we had one of the greatest days, don't you think? You think Biden could do that? I don't think so. And by the way, and Bernie won his primary, and he won it convincingly, so we obviously did a good job, but it was good, and now I think he's going to beat a man named Brown, a senator named Brown. You have a good man named Brown right here, you know. Very good. They have a man that's not so good. They have a man that's not so good. And I think Bernie Moreno in Ohio is going to win, but it's the same thing. So these things are virtually useless. But I'll refer to them every once in a while for notes. It is crazy. The illegal immigrants are turning, and they're turning at a level that nobody's ever seen before. They're fighting our families. They're totally destroying our black population. They're totally destroying our Hispanic population. And you know what else they're destroying? And for you, it means a little bit less, but it means quite a bit in this state. They're killing unions. They're killing unions because the unions are not able to survive. They're not able to survive this onslaught. It's making them impossible. They've worked hard. They've worked long to get their salaries up a little bit. They're not able to do it. Virtually 100% of the new jobs under Biden have also gone to illegal aliens. Did you know that? 100%. And you know, these people are so bad. They will correct me when I say 100%. 100% of the new jobs have gone to illegal aliens. Can you believe it? And that's where we are. Meanwhile, real wages of African Americans and the workers from all over the world that came here legally, they're down 6% under crooked Joe. And I thought I'd be wilting up here.
The only thing that pisses me off are the teleprompters. It's so much easier. The only one that can't read a teleprompter is Joe Biden. It doesn't help him. But I thought what I'd do is I'd read, if you want. Should I do it? Should I do it? Because it's about the border. You know, in 2016, we had a great campaign, and it was mostly about the border. Marjorie would tell you, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's here someplace. It was about the border. Where the hell is Marjorie? Right? It was about the border. Great. She's not from this particular section, but they love her in this section too. But it was about the border, and I did such a good job that in 2020, where we got millions of more votes than we did in 2016, but I couldn't talk about the border. But now, if you look at it, what's happened is unbelievable. What's happened with respect to the border, this border is 20 times worse. 2016 was terrible, but this is a different league. This is a different level. This is the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been, no third world country has a border like that. And no I'll tell you what, no third world country has weaponization where they go after political candidates like we have either. This guy can't get elected anything without cheating. The only way he can get elected is to cheat. And the way they're using it this time, because it's harder to go without the COVID, they use COVID to cheat and lots of other things. But this time they're using weaponization of Department of Justice, go in to see the local DAs, go in to see the attorney generals to cheat. But the border is a big deal, and this is somehow caught on. So everybody wants to hear the snake. Okay, can you hear me in the back? You know, I wish the cameras would focus on the people here. They never show it. They never take, even the sort of friendly ones, you know, I say semi-friendly. You know, the friendly ones, I do a great show with Sean Hannity or Jesse or Janine or Laura or somebody, and we do a great show, or a lot of great people. And then they put on commercials that are just horrible, and they're false. I say, what the hell are you putting commercials on like that? I do a show, and then they put 4 commercials on. It is so stupid, and they shouldn't be doing that. You know, they shouldn't be doing that. The other side, fake news CNN, which of course has no ratings, although they are doing the debate. They'll get some ratings for the debate. They're going to get big ratings. So this is about our border, and it was a song written a long time ago, not about the border. We made a couple of minor changes. But it's very true, and I think it's very true. It's just said happy birthday. Thank you, darling. Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it. Thank you. I wish. Thank you. You know, there's a certain point at which you don't want to hear happy birthday. You just want to pretend the day doesn't exist. But anyway, but there's still a big difference, you know, there's still a big difference. It's long, long way. My father lived a long time, my mother lived a long time, and they were happy and they were great. So maybe we're going to live a long time, I hope so. But we're going to turn this country around. We're going to turn it around really fast. We're going to do the things that you've wanted to do. We're going to bring it back to 4 years ago and do even more. You know, people are saying to themselves, were we better off 4 years ago or are we better off now? And it wasn't even close. We had the greatest economy in history. What we did in taxes, nobody's ever done. Even Ronald Reagan gave a big tax cut. We gave the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulatory cut. Nobody did what we did, and everybody was happy. And now they see this person that he doesn't know he's alive. He doesn't know he's alive. I mean, I watched him yesterday with Macron. Macron's a sharp guy. You know, he's for France, right? He's for France. We're for this. And Biden doesn't even know where the hell he is. And especially in one particular instance, that was not good yesterday. And I believe that happened, okay? And he makes up stories. He said something about me that I stood over the graves of soldiers. Nobody loves the military more than me. Nobody. Nobody respects it. And nobody's treated it better. Nobody's done as much for the military as I have. But he said, I stood over graves of soldiers, and I said, these people are suckers and losers. Think dead soldiers from World War I. I said, this was a made-up deal from a magazine that's failing, Financial Disaster, by a guy that is a horrible radical left lunatic named Goldberg. They made up a story that I said this, and they put it out, and it's been going around for 3 years. And it's just like Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 51 intelligence agents, that phony story, remember? The laptop is from Russia, they said. And they should be prosecuted for what they did. Okay, they should be prosecuted. Let's see what happens. But can you imagine? And now they took an ad using it. They know it's phony. They know it's false. And now they took an ad using it. These are sick people. And I hope the military revolts at the voting booth and just says, we're not going to take it. They can say anything. They're a party of misinformation, disinformation, cheating on elections, open borders, high interest rates, and high taxes. That's all. And you can't get elected like that. So they make up stories, disinformation, a story like that. Think of it from a practical standpoint. I'm standing there with generals and military people in a cemetery, and I look at them, I say, these people are suckers and losers. Now, think of it. Unless you're a psycho or a crazy person or a very stupid person, who would say that anyway? But who would say it to military people, with military? Because as President of the United States, I would say if I made that statement, if I have generals here, if I have I would imagine that most of them would end up in a major fist fight with the president, okay? And you know what? I would have said it was okay in that one instance. They made up a story. They just, out of thin air, just like a lot of the fake stories are made up by these people, because they're among the most dishonest people in the country, the fake news. They're dishonest people. So they made up this story, and they go with it like I said it. And you know what? Some people believe it because they believe it. You know, they hear it from these people. They believe it. It's a shame. It's a shame you can get away with it. But we have to talk. If we don't talk about it, this happened 3 years ago, and my geniuses said, oh, sir, don't mention it because nobody believes. But it just never goes away. I got to mention it. I don't like mentioning it. But for me to say suckers and losers about people that died in World War I in front of military people, it's not a possibility you could say a thing like that. So it's a shame. It's a shame. That's why we have to win. We have to bring our country back from this horrible abyss because we're doing really badly. And this is one of the reasons why. So this is entitled The Snake. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty-colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she cried, I'll take you in and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night. As soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you're so tender and so nice. But you know that if I hadn't taken in, your skin would not look so good, and you
would have bitten me, but why? You bit me. Why did you bite me? Please, please, tell me why? Why did you bite me? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before I took you in. And that's happening at our border, you see, because we're taking in people that are a disaster for our country. So it's all happening at our border, and we're taking in people at levels that have never taken, this has never happened before, ever, never, and we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let them ruin our country. We're not going to let them destroy our country. So I want to tell you a couple of things, and this is the first time I've ever made this. Shut it. Thank you. Thank you. So this is the first time I've said this, and for those hotel workers and people that get tips, you're going to be very happy, because when I get to office, we are going to not charge taxes on tips, people making tips. We're not going to do it, and we're going to do that right away, first thing in office, because it's been a point of contention for years and years and years, and you do a great job of service, you take care of people, and I think it's going to be something that really is deserved. More importantly, popular or unpopular. I do some unpopular things, too, if it's right for the country. I do what's right. But so those people that have jobs in restaurants, whatever the job may be, a tipping job, we're not going after for taxes anymore. This will be ended. And I announced that for the first time I've brought it up. First time anyone's brought it up. I think it's never been brought up before, and I also think it's very appropriate. So we have a president who is destroying our country. We have a president who wants all electric cars in a very quick start. He wants to have all electric cars. Everything has to be electric. And by 2030, that's in 6 years from now. And you know what? Electric cars are fine. They have a problem. They don't go far. They cost a lot to buy. And they're all made in China. Other than that, I think they're wonderful, right? And I'm going to end that mandate on day one when I get to office. I met with the truckers over the weekend, and great Roger Penske is a trucker. He's also a great Indianapolis. He won it 20 times. Can you believe it? Think of how smart you have to be. Japan, Germany, all these nations, they spend billions and billions of dollars trying to win the Indianapolis 500. And Roger Penske's won it. He just won it again. He's won it 20 times. Think, that's the kind of brain power we need. That's what we want in our military. And we have people like that. A lot of them are shut out because they're woke. The woke stuff will be gone within a period of 24 hours, I can tell you. And go out and buy Pete Hegseth's book, because he tells you about it better than anybody. Pete Hegseth, he wrote a book. He tells you about the woke military. But I will tell you, we defeated ISIS, and they weren't woke. They weren't woke. We have great generals. We have not the guys on television. We have great generals. We defeated ISIS in a record time. It was going to take 5 years. They thought it would. I remember in Washington, sir, it'll take 5 years. I went to Iraq. I met with the generals. I met a General Raisin Cain. His name was Raisin. His first name was Daniel Cain. They call me Raisin. I said, you mean your name's Raisin Cain? I love that. I love you. I've been looking for you. Anyway, long story. You've heard the story. But we knocked him out in 5 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. He said, we'll hit him from the left. We'll hit him from the right. We'll hit him underneath and on top. We'll hit him. They won't know what the hell happened, sir. How long will it take? 4 weeks. Maybe you'll have time left over. I said, how come they tell me in Washington 5 years? Because they don't know how to fight, sir. They don't know how to fight. We have a great military. We have a great, great military. So I'm going to end the electric mandate. We're going to end the electric mandate also on truckers.
So the truckers come to see me. They say a truck going to California. They like that. Tell them to make the microphone louder. It's terrible. It's dead. He just came up. Are the teleprompters not working, sir? Not even a little bit. Great job. And then I don't pay the company that does it, right? And then I end up with a story Trump doesn't pay. I don't pay contractors that do a shitty job. And that's a shitty job. That's a shitty job. You can't read a word. But you know what? It usually ends up that the speech is better. It's crazy. Then they'll say, oh, isn't it terrible? Trump takes advantage of his No, I take great. When I have a good contractor or a subcontractor, nobody gets paid faster. But when I have contractors that do this kind of work, you can have them. Could you imagine if Biden was up? He's no good with the teleprompter. He's the worst I've seen. But could you imagine if the teleprompters went off? Here's Biden. He wouldn't even say anything because he's incapable. He'd probably go pause, pause. How about when he's reading the teleprompter and then they say pause, meaning, maybe you'll get about 3 people clapping. And he goes pause. No, he'd just walk off the stage like this. Oh, teleprompter. Oh. Well. This guy is the worst. I always treated him with a certain respect. I hated the election was rigged and stolen, whether you like it or not. Big. We did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016. Got millions more votes. Everybody knows it. They said if you got the same number, we got millions of more votes. Millions. That's by them. That's by them. But when he indicted me over nothing, they opened up a whole new box. And then I got indicted again and again and again. I was never indicted in a period of this little tiny period of time. I was like a ping pong ball. Sir, they indicted you here. They indicted you in Georgia. They indicted you in New York. Then they indicted you again in New York, sir. And it was all over. Can I use that word again? But you'll use it. A disgrace. A disgrace. And what they've done is they've weaponized the Department of Justice. The only thing they didn't understand is that we just had the largest fundraising effort in a period of 1 week than anybody has ever had. Did you know that, Marjorie? We took in hundreds of millions of dollars, and much of it was small money donors, what's called a small average $71. Hundreds of thousands of people contributed that they wouldn't have except for the court case. And our poll numbers are higher now than they were before because the people are watching and they know a fake deal. And this guy can't get elected without it. He can't get elected. He's incompetent. He's an incompetent person. But I never treated him this way. When I got indicted the first time, and then it was like, sir, you've been indicted again. I heard they were going to do it someplace else, and they stopped it. They said, we're indicting this guy into office. The people get it. Normally when that happens, they go to the microphone and they announce, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be going home with my family, and I'll be fighting for my name. That's the last you ever hear from the person. We have higher poll numbers now than we've ever had. Too big to rig. That's what we want. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. That's what we want. I have higher numbers than we've ever had. We're leading this crooked thief of a president. And I would never have said that before. I didn't speak glowingly. He's a lousy president anyway. But I would never have said he's a corrupt, very dumb person. He's a low IQ individual, and he always was. This isn't age. He's worse now than he was 10 years ago. But if you go back 30 years ago, he was considered the dumbest person in the U.S. Senate. Ted Kennedy told me that himself, who was a friend of mine, which is shocking. Shocking that he was a friend. He was on a slightly different persuasion, Marjorie. But he told me that. He's the dumbest person in the Senate, and he has been from day one. How about this? On the documents. They go after me for documents, and then they find out that Joe has 10 times the number of documents than me. I said, you have to be kidding. And they released him. I said, I don't want to be released like that.
They released him on the basis that he's incompetent and he can't stand trial. I said, oh, I see. So he can't stand trial, so they're not going to charge him on 50 years worth of classified documents. He's incompetent. He won't have to stand trial, but he's allowed to run for president. So think of that. You have a guy that can't stand trial. He's not allowed to, by the U.S. attorney, the man doing it, Mr. Hur. Now, I've never heard of this before because he wasn't incompetent. He was never smart, but he wasn't incompetent 10, 15, 20. This is 50 years worth of documents. So he got off. In a sense, he got off. I said, I don't want to get off like that. I did nothing wrong. It's Presidential Records Act. I did nothing. You know, we have a deranged individual named Jack Smith. He's a deranged, dumb guy. He's a dumb son of a bitch. And what he did, and I just want to get off normal. Can you imagine, sir, they're exonerating you. They consider you to be incompetent. And therefore, because you're incompetent, they're going to exonerate you. I said, I don't want that. Let me be guilty before they do that. But think of it. They say he's incompetent and therefore he can't stand trial. But he can run for president. And this is what you're voting for. And I never talked about this guy like this. But you watched him yesterday, and he is so bad for this country. They're all laughing. Everyone's laughing at him. The whole world is laughing, except for the fake news back there that try to pretend he did a good job because they're fake and dishonest. So we have a country that's in trouble. We're going to end the mandate on electric one day. They want to make all boats, too. I went to a boat company in South Carolina. The boat, I said, how is it? He said, it's a problem, sir. They want us to make all electric boats. These are boats that are from 16 to 35 or so feet. Fishing boats, leisure boats. Beautiful company in South Carolina. Beautiful. Guy's been doing it for 50 years. He sells hundreds of boats every couple of months. I mean, really fantastic guy. And they use the Mercury engines and different engines in the back. No problem. They want to take that out. They want to make it all electric. He said, the problem is the boat is so heavy, it can't float. I said, that sounds like a problem. He said, also, it can't go fast because of the weight. And they want to now have a 50-mile or a 70-mile radius. You have to go out 70 miles before you can really start the boat up. And you go out at 2 knots. That's essentially almost like 2 miles an hour. I say, how long does it take you to get out there? Many hours. And then you're allowed to go around for 10 minutes, but you have to come back because the batteries only last for a very short period of time. So I said, let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody ever asked this question. And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery, and the battery's now underwater, and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people too, a lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted if the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking? Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, you know, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark. So we're going to end that. We're going to end it for boats. We're going to end it for trucks. The trucks on a tank of diesel fuel, a truck goes from New York, a big, beautiful Peterbilt or any one of these great companies. They go from New York to Los Angeles without a stop. With electric, much of the truck is used, the capacity for batteries. The batteries are very heavy and very big, very, very big, many times the size of a tank that carries lots of gallons of diesel. You have to stop 6 times, and you have to get chargers. There are no chargers. The whole thing is, it's the kind of thing that if your 5-year-old grandson were sitting up here and you gave him a quiz,
he would say, don't bother with the electric. There's another thing. The truck is so heavy because batteries are very heavy. The truck weighs more than twice as much as a gasoline truck. So what happens, a diesel. So what happens is they have to fix every bridge all over the United States to handle the weight. Every bridge has to be rebuilt because the weight is double and triple that of a gasoline or diesel tank truck. And you say to yourself, who are these people that are destroying our country? Why are they destroying our country? Why is it that they're destroying our country? All of that stuff is going to end. We're not going to have men playing in women's sports. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. The weightlifter. You see the weightlifter? They break a record by like 130. A record stands for 18 years. And they're putting a quarter of an ounce on one side of a barbell and a quarter of an ounce. That's what it is, just if they could beat it by a half an ounce. And they just can't do it. They tried in the Olympic trials. A young woman, beautiful young woman, rather muscular, I must say, rather strong looking, beautiful woman. She gets up and her mother's in the front row and her father's in the front row and her relatives, everyone's rooting for her. Come on, baby, you can do it. She gets up, she can't do it. She can't. She gets up to here. I can't. No, Mom, I'm sorry, Mom. And this goes on and on. Nobody was able to do it. Then this person that transitioned, lovely. He transitioned, recently transitioned. And they said, do you lift? Not much. Are you good? I don't know. I'll tell you after I try. And he goes over it. Did you see this? Boom. Bing. Throws it down. Then he says, why don't I practice a little bit up here? He does it. The whole thing is crazy. Swimming the same thing, running the same thing. It's so demeaning to women. But these people can only want to destroy our country. Who wants open borders? Who wants men playing in women's sports? Who wants all electric cars? And by the way, I'm a big fan of electric cars. And, you know, it'll be a certain group of people that are going to want them where they travel short distances. I'm fine with it. But you have to be able to get gasoline, diesel, lots of other things, or hybrids. Hybrids actually are, I think, a much better solution. You have to be able to get it. So we're going to do all these things. You know, basically, the Republican Party is a party of common sense. It's a party where we want closed, very strong borders. We don't want drugs coming in. If you really want to get rid of drugs, you go with the death penalty, but I don't think the country's ready for it. I would do it in a second. You know, every drug dealer, and everybody here knows people whose family was devastated by the loss of a child because of fentanyl. But if you went with the death penalty, you would have no drug problem in this country. Instant, if it was a meaningful, not a trial that lasts 400 years. Like China, I was with President Xi. I said, do you have a drug problem? No, he didn't even know what I was talking about. He's got 1.4 billion people. I said, do you have a drug problem? He goes, no drug problem. I said, how do you do that? Essentially, he said, the death penalty. We catch, they call it quick trial. They have a trial, and it's quick. And by the way, isn't that breeze nice? Do you feel the breeze? Because I don't want anybody going on me. We need every voter. I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care. See, now the press will take that, and they'll say, he said a horrible thing. They'll say, he said, you know what they did? I was just doing a little imitation of this horrible, horrible, worst president in the history of our country. So I imitated him a couple of times getting off the stage because he's unable to find a stare. Look, stare, 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 stare. All over you have stairs. When he finishes his 1.5-minute speech, you know, speeches last for about a minute, never takes questions. When he does, he picks up a thing and he goes, let's see here. Jill of NBC. Yes, where's Jill? I'm here, you know, right, because they put her there. So she'll read a question. What flavor ice cream is your favorite? And then he picks up the thing, vanilla. Think of it, what they do. You saw me in the White House. It was like war. What they do is they give the guy the question and the answer. They never did that with me. He's reading the answers to questions. He's calling a reporter from NBC fake news, CBS fake news, CNN, ABC. They're all pretty much the same. MSNBC is probably the worst, probably the most evil. They're sick. These are sick people. But they're all sort of the same. They're all bad. And they're all very dishonest. So, no, they know what I'm saying. I love that. I love you people. Where the hell are you from? Wow. I got to find out what was the magic word that got that little. But we're not going to let this happen with our country anymore. We're taking back our country. So when we get in, it's going to go very rapidly. We're going to do a lot of things. We're going to look very strongly at J6. Those people, there has never been people treated more horrifically than J6 hostages. Look at yesterday. They're picketing in front of the White House, and they're marking up the columns with red paint that doesn't come off, by the way. You have to probably sandblast it off. They're hitting red paint all over the place. They're putting red paint all over statues of Andrew Jackson, one of our presidents, actually considered a great general and a very good president. Red paint all over the place, representing blood. They're closing up gates. They're stampeding all over the place. And they can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. And we're going to change that around. We want to be fair. So we're going to change that. And we're going to change it. And we're going to change it fast. But those J6 warriors, they were warriors, but they were really more than anything else. They're victims of what happened. All they were doing is protesting a rigged election. That's what they were doing. And then the police say, go in, go in, go in. Go in. How about Scaffold Joe, the guy on the scaffold? Or how about the big FBI guy or whatever, wherever he comes from? Go on in, everybody. Go on in. What a setup that was. What a horrible, horrible thing. And, you know, that blows two ways. That blows two ways, believe me. And we don't want anybody doing something, but what they did to some of those people. They have yesterday a grandmother who's 72 years old who was praying. She was praying. And they arrested her for, I think, 4 years or something, right? 4 years. They put her in jail. It's sick what's happening. And I don't know why a Catholic would be voting for Joe Biden, because they have gone after Catholics at a level that nobody knows what's going on with Catholics. But they're going after Christians. They're going after evangelicals. And we're just not going to take it anymore. We're going to fight, and we're going to win the election. Because this is the most important election. So, what we're going to do is very simple, probably in this order, but we can do 3 things at one time, and we can do a lot of things that first week. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to close that border tight as a drum, and we're going to let people come in, but only legally. The second thing we're going to do about 5 minutes later, it doesn't take long, we're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get your energy costs in half. We're going to bring down your energy costs, and that includes New England. New England has, like, energy costs like they're in the middle of an area that never saw energy. We have more liquid gold than any other country in the world. Russia, Saudi Arabia, remember this? We were energy independent 4 years ago. We were soon going to be energy dominant. I was the one that stopped the Russian pipelines called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2. Isn't it amazing? The biggest project they ever had. They're building the biggest pipeline in the world. It's going to Germany and all over Europe. I come in and I stop it. And all you hear is, oh, Trump was so nice to Russia. There is nothing you can do worse than that. I stopped it. It was dead. And then I sanctioned, a lot of sanctions. And yet I got along well with Putin. I mean, it must have been hard for him. He actually said, if you're nice to me, I would hate like hell to see if you weren't nice to me. And remember, he would have never, and he didn't, he would have never gone into Ukraine. Israel would have never, ever been attacked. Iran was broke. Under my administration, Iran was stone cold broke. There was a Democrat congressman the other day. He was on Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Deface the Nation. It's a horrible show, but they're all horrible. Meet the Fake Press. They're all horrible. George Slopadopoulos. Does anybody know George? I saw him interviewing Kash Patel or somebody. Kash Patel, stand up. Stand up. George Slopadopoulos.
No, I saw him interviewing somebody, just a nice person. I think actually one of the people running for vice president. We've got a lot of great people running for vice president. By the way, who do we prefer? We have a lot of good ones. They're very good. But I saw George Slopadopoulous. The level of hatred, the guy's just there answering questions. The level of hatred, I said to him, George, I've had you up to here. I've had him up to there. But he is the level of anger and hatred. I say, what the hell? We want to have a country with low taxes, great education. We want to have the strongest military. We want to have no regulation. We want to have a border that's absolutely powerful. And we want to have fair elections, and the rest of it, it's all common sense. And they hate us, these people back here. They hate us at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And there's only one reason I can think of, maybe two. They're either incompetent or they hate our country. And there is a third reason, and I hate to mention it. They're trying to get these people signed up to vote. That could be it, too. And I hope that's not it. And I know your governor is working hard on this. I think your governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general, they're not going to let it happen in your state. They're not going to let it happen. And hopefully no other governor is going to let it happen, including Democrats, but they do let it happen. Because the only way they can get elected is to cheat. The only way, when you have open borders, when you have high interest rates, high tax, they want to quadruple your taxes. They want to increase your taxes at levels never seen before. I've never heard this. As a person growing up, politicians always said, we're going to reduce your taxes, right? You couldn't get elected if you said it. They say we're going to increase it by 4 times, your taxes. And they get votes? They get votes because they cheat. They cheat like hell, and don't let anyone convince you. Hey, look, they indict me over saying it. When they said they won in 2016, nobody got indicted. Maxine Waters, look at her, what she says, what a fresh mouth. But Hillary Clinton, all of these people, but absolutely nobody has a problem. But when a Republican said the election's rigged, they want to put them in the electric chair, We have 2 standards, and we're going to change that, and we're going to change it fast. We're going to change it fast. So we're going to run a country, and we're conservative, generally speaking, in this group. But I'll tell you what, we have a lot of Democrats. Who's a Democrat that likes Trump in this room, in this area? Yeah, we have a lot of people. We have a... He goes, let's go, Brandon. That's great. Now we have a lot of Democrats that are coming over because really we're the party of common sense. We're a party of common sense. We want to have that strong military. We have to. I totally rebuilt the military. All of the things that we did, that's what they want. The greatest economy in the history of our country is what we had, and people want to go back. So I ask you to do this. Get out and vote. Don't let them cheat. You watch that vote and watch it all the way. Don't let them cheat. Don't let them do anything. There are a lot of very dishonest people. Now, we had a governor that was obviously not very good. Now we have a great governor. You have a Republican governor who's doing he's doing a great job. The only way they can beat us is to cheat. That's the only way they're going to. We're not going to let it happen because we're going to make our country great again. We're going to make our country greater than ever before. It's going to be special, and the world is going to look up to us with respect. They're not going to be laughing at us. They right now are laughing at us. The world is laughing at us. They're not going to be laughing. They respected our country. Viktor Orban, the great Prime Minister of Hungary, strong country, took no illegal aliens, none, zero. Helps out with Ukraine because their border, they're right there. But he made a statement the other day. He said, they said, what's going on? The whole world is collapsing. He said, the only thing that's going to save the world is Donald Trump has to get reelected as president, and the whole world is going to be saved because China respected him, Russia respected him, everybody listened to him. He was the guy. He actually said he was the boss. Everybody listened.
And I'll tell you, if it doesn't happen, you're headed to World War III. You are closer right now to World War III than you've ever been. And this is no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting World War II, World War. These are nuclear weapons, the likes of which and the power of which has never, ever been seen before. So again, I want to thank you all. I want to thank all the celebrities from being here. And we have great celebrities. Marjorie, thank you for coming up from Georgia. Get out and vote. You have a big voting day tomorrow. Get out and vote. And you have some unbelievable people. Just get out and you vote. And I will see you soon. We're going to spend a lot of time in this state. If we win Nevada, we win the whole thing. We win the whole thing. That's so nice. Thank you. I mean, I'm looking back there as far as the eye can see. Get out, vote. We're going to make America great again, greater than ever before, and we're going to do it fast. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you, everybody.